This program features live coverage of an African safari and may include animal kills and carcasses. Viewer discretion is advised.
Good morning, everybody. We are coming to you live from Djuma Private Game Reserve in the Sabi Sands. My name is Steve, and welcome on board your own African safari. Hello everybody and good morning, and a very gloomy, overcast Djuma Private Game Reserve in the Sabi Sands, where it is 13 degrees Celsius, 56 degrees Fahrenheit. We've put our roofs on this morning as there has been some spitting of rain, and we need to keep the gear nice and dry. Hello everybody, my name is Steve Falkovich, joined by Theo Idas on camera, and as always, very excited to have you with us. If you have any questions or comments, please throw them in on hashtag Wild Earth, or hashtag CGTN, or YouTube chat stream. Our plan this morning is to see if we can find any sign of Thandi, the Queen of Djuma that we had last night. Now, she came into the property with her cub. We know that because of the tracks. And then we found her, no cub. So I'm going to go to the place I found her at. She was in a tree. She was sort of hanging out, and then as soon as we found her, she took us away. So we're going to go back to where we initially found her, and who knows, we might be lucky.
Hello and good morning. Welcome to these parts of the Mara. A very good morning, everyone. It's me again, Isaac, and on camera I have Big James, and we've come towards the river. We have found a beautiful clan of hyenas feeding on something. We don't know exactly what it is. It is a beautiful morning. Remember to talk to us on hashtag CGTN Wild, hashtag Wild Earth. And my first animal of the day is a predator. Many people call it a scavenger, but I try not to call it that, because 99% of the time that I've seen hyenas, they've always been killing and eating something that they have killed. I love hyenas. I don't know what they're busy eating, but we will find out. They're quite busy over there. Yeah, look like one is being very, very, very submissive. Remember, this is the most common hyena we get in Africa, the spotted hyena. And over here, we are accompanied by birds of prey, scavenger type, marabou stock, white-backed vultures. I don't see any other. And the vultures are waiting to get their turn once the hyenas have left. I don't see any other predator, so I think the the hyenas killed whatever they are feeding on. There is a hierarchy there. That could be the dominant matriarch. And oh, here comes one. Look, it's all full of blood. So it must have been eating. Yeah. Must have eaten something. Yeah, must have gotten its share. Over there is a hierarchy where it's a matriarch, because it's a matriarchal society in hyenas. Linda, good morning. I don't know what time it is where you are, but it is the North Clan. I am where they are, their territory is, and it is North Clan. I haven't seen, waffles or soup, the two most at the top females, but we might get to see them once we stay a little bit longer. I just arrived here. I don't know what they're eating, but it looks like it's down there. Those two smaller ones looks like they were almost 1 year old, so they could be puppies or cubs from one of the high-ranking females. Yeah, the raising of the tail is a sort of excitement. Yeah, you don't want that to happen close to you because they're definitely gonna eat you if you see that. Yeah, it's very early, so I don't know what time they made it. These guys are amazing, and the one thing I love about them is they have a very strong teamwork where they would run their prey down, they will chase it until it's so tired it should stop and try and fight. They will kill it ruthlessly. They will actually eat it alive. That is the only bad bit about hyenas. But, they are the only predator that gives the lion a run for its money. They keep lions in check. It's also the only predator that has been known to take kills off, lions. I'm staying here to see if they're gonna come. I'm gonna have some more. See you in a while.
Many people have always thought hyenas are scavengers, but apparently hyenas are better hunters than most of the predators that I know of here in the African wilderness. Now, our toppies moved back a little bit, and you can see there are other people just like us are waiting by the river to see if we'll get a buildup of more toppies or the wildebeest or the zebras that we know normally will cross this river. This is the very famous Mara River, and when migration is on, which will run until maybe towards the end of October, the highlight is when we see the hundreds or thousands of these animals are crossing this particular river. You can tell where we have the rapids. We've got so many rocks in that particular area. Certain areas of the river are smooth and just soil under. And you can hear some hippos in the background there. And not once these animals will choose to cross this river in this dangerous place with the rapids. Just spend a couple of seconds listening to those rapids. I enjoy listening to those rapids anytime I'm here. I never get bored to wait for these animals to come. Now, I was talking earlier about the migration, which consists of so many different species of animals, but mainly the zebras, wildebeest, and some elands, and occasionally the small Thomson gazelle. Now, the story of the migration is always wonderful to follow.
Every year, the red oat grass plains of the Masai Mara sway with anticipation. About 2 million grazers are about to arrive to feast on nature's bounty. They come in search of food and water, all the way from the southern plains of the Serengeti in Tanzania. Hundreds and thousands of wildebeest, zebra, and gazelles follow the cracking African thunderstorms. The greening pastures and the rolling rivers. Zebras are the vanguard, eating the longer grass and exposing the shorter shoots for the wildebeest behind. But all must face the ultimate migration challenge, the Mara River. Beneath the surface lurks nature's favorite villain. With reptilian patience, they've waited 9 months for the migration feast. The herd sense the danger, but the call for food is too great. All must take the plunge, but not all will make it. For those that do, hungry predators line the banks on the other side. survivors will feast on the tall grasses, crossing again and again, following the storms for nourishment.
Welcome back. Good morning, everyone. Welcome back to Djuma Private Game Reserve here in Sabi-Sand, Wild Earth. We had such a beautiful first sighting when we got here. It was Shidulu on the move. Shidulu, it's a leopard, but you know it's 3 vehicles in the sighting. So she went down into one of the drainage line there. So it looks like, see if we can get a visual again, because she was highly on move. And we're just gonna, once we got a visual, we're able to share with you guys. But leopards early in the morning like this, they always mobile hunting. Still beautiful condition for them to be able to do that. They have a lot of energy. Yeah, indeed. You know, I also excited when I move into this sighting, you know, and it was like, you know, I got to see her because it's been a while. So we're just going to park here. There's another car in front of us. There's another car behind us. But this position, that's where we think she might come towards us if she ever do another movement. And yeah, we got her. Looks like you guys see the little bit of a, she's just behind that. It's called Tamboti tree.
Andrew's got the predator and we've got the prey. Good morning and welcome to And Beyond Ngala. We are watching some impalas on the road. My name is Marna and behind the camera we have got Gert. It is quite a cold morning and it's overcast, about 14 degrees Celsius or 57 degrees Fahrenheit. So we're armed with some blankets and jackets. And if you notice, I'm sure you've all had a close look at quite a few impalas, but you will see that these impalas this morning, they seem to look a little bit darker than normal. And that is because it's quite cold. These impalas are also cold. So the hairs on them, it's standing up, and that's to trap a layer of air between the hairs, and that kind of insulates them. It's called piloerection. Feeding all along the road. One's in the middle of the road, on the sides there. You can see them feeding on the little shrubs and the grass. Love those little black lines on the buttocks. And it is a mixed herd. You can see there's a male to the right there with the horns. A few females next to him. And for this time of year, the impalas are actually in quite a good condition. We're going to continue and see if we can find any signs of a leopard.
Beautiful. Eventually your leopard able to come out to that other side of the drainage line. Now we can able to see her carrying on doing its move. She stopped. Probably listening around here because remember she's still on hunting. Looks like it. a belly like that, for me, I don't know, because I don't actually see her quite often. Where there's a pregnancy, what is she eating? I'm only going to get closer to look and see what is going on with her. Look how they move, they're so beautiful. The spot patterned. This is what also make them blend in. So the spot pattern will help them to be well camouflaged. Yes, indeed. I was just to say that, they're so well camouflaged animal when they move through the wood. Indeed, it is. But we'll try, we don't want to lose her. So sorry guys, we're just gonna, trying to drive towards her since she already moved far from us. So see if we're gonna cross. We go around and find her again.
Hello Jumbo, welcome back to the hyena breakfast table, and they seem to be finishing off because there is no much action over there, but you can tell there is one female that's got her head down and she's feeding on the last bits. She could be family of the dominant matriarch, so she's Emma, the most dominant matriarch, gets to eat first, and her maybe offsprings. Then everybody else come. Oh, it's a wildebeest. You see the leg? Yeah, it is a wildebeest. Yeah, definitely they must have hunted it because there is no lions around, and there is a good a number of them, to have killed it. There is over 20. They're all spread out from left, right, everywhere. So they must have killed the wildebeest, and they're eating it. The matriarch, which is the most dominant female, gets to eat first, together with her, her offsprings, and everybody else, comes in. Basically, but if it's a bigger animal, then everybody eats from different angles, from the head, from the back, everywhere. Oh, there comes a jackal. I'm sure he's not very welcome, so he has to be very, very careful. There seems to be a lot. Yeah, something. They just had something. I don't know what it is they had. And that kind of behavior, raising their head and looking wary, definitely either they have smelt a lion, which is possible. A lion does kind of... Raiden, good morning. Thank you for your question. Do hyenas ever attack the vultures? Yes, they do, and even kill them. They try to chase them off, especially when the vultures are really hungry and try to get really close. Although the vultures know that they are not on the menu, they get very close, and the hyenas do chase them because they intimidate them. It's like they're trying to push the hyenas off, so the hyenas will always be chasing them, and sometimes it seems like there's somebody on duty to do that. They take turns. A hyena will take charge, make sure the vultures are not getting too close, while everybody else eat. Yeah, this predator is very common in the Masai Mara. It's a very nocturnal, so you only see it at night. During the day, we might be lucky to see one or two or three. And when you know where their den is, you can visit them and find them really resting. They're much more successful at night because their eyesight, sense, and hearing is very, very good. They have endurance. They are marathoners. They can run and run and run at very high speeds of up to 40 to 50 kilometers an hour, non-stop for up to even 2 kilometers. So they are able to run even the strongest of prey down. Usually it stands its ground, and that's when they eat it alive. They have so strong jaws they can rip off meat from any animal whilst moving. Usually they go for the groin. That's the area they start because it's softer, and they open it up while the animal is alive. Right now you can tell they're eating, but every now and then they're raising their heads. It looks like, they've smelt or picked up the smell of lion. I have seen lions appearing out of nowhere and chase the hyenas away. That could get very interesting. I'm not saying I've seen any lions, but the behavior they're portraying, it's like there could be something. And, once they've eaten, they will rest very much like, the whole day. But during the night, they will have to go again. Their stomachs are like elastic, very much like lions. They will eat and eat and eat and eat and eat.
Welcome back to our beautiful Shidulu leopard. You still got her head close to us right now. Sorry, there's another vehicle here, so there's the two of us looking at the same animal, so you might hear a lot of a noise from the other side. It's disguising the belly that she's got, and I still can't really tell whether she's carrying pregnancy or she just well fed last night. But again, she's highly on hunt, so if it's not that case, then she might have maybe carrying.
So fair boy.
I just missed that the question. If you may repeat that. Ritz boy, yes, indeed. It is a gorgeous leopard to have in this area. And so we share her between western sector and the eastern sector. So where she's heading right now, it looks like she's heading west again. She probably moved in because of the same male that dominated this area. It's probably the same male that dominates where she came from. So she's gonna probably... Just gonna follow her so we don't lose that visual.
Good morning and welcome to Pridelands. We've got two very fluffy yellow-billed hornbills that are not going to stick around this morning. They're having a bite to eat, which is quite cool to watch them. They're very relaxed. And, I suppose we get to see them all the time. My name is Taylor McCurdy, and on camera with me today is Odie. And like I said, we are here at Pridelands, which is, you can read, part of eco training. The reason why we're in this area at the moment is not because of the hornbills. I didn't come out tracking hornbills today, but there were some reports of a female cheetah and her cub, so we're searching far and wide to see if we can figure out where she's gone. It seems as though there seems to be some technical issues, so we're going to try and fix them.
Welcome back, and the table is very quiet over there, but I have another table on my right that we cannot see in the long grass that's very noisy, but it's hyenas. That's why I think these hyenas we're looking at were really wary, and you can see this hyena coming towards me. Yeah, it's heard some calling and howling and laughing from some hyenas deep in the bush, and they seem to be quite a lot because everybody now seems to have taken, yeah, I didn't get that name, but do vultures eat other dead vultures? No, never seen that. Never seen them eating. Musical? Yes, you ask if vultures did eat other dead vultures? No, I've never seen that. I've never seen them eating other dead vultures. They actually, vultures, excuse me, I was listening at something. Sounds like there is a lion and hyena fight in the long grass. I cannot see it, but it's a distance away. Hopefully they will come out. But you can see all the hyenas have gone to give the reinforcement to the rest of the hyenas. But these three are deciding to, they're actually very undecided either to stay or go. But there seems to be something going on. Yeah, hyenas and vultures are two creatures that when they die, apart from, maggots that eat them, nobody else eat them. I've never seen anybody eat them. They just rot, disintegrate, and disappear. Yeah, something very interesting is happening here. That female to the left is not really welcome, although there is quite a lot, and there's a youngster almost 6 months old, and he's really getting into that meat. Look at that. Yeah, and that female is really pushing the other one away. He must be from the same family, but he has to be he's a lower ranking female, so he's not really welcome. That vulture is very, very hungry to be that close. Yeah, I'm staying here. Hopefully everybody else will come here and we can see all of them out. Yeah.
Thanks, Isaac. Oh, that's what I loved about the Mara, was the fact that you'd have hyenas doing their own thing, making their own kills, causing all sorts of chaos. Here, back down in Djuma, hyenas do hunt. We don't see it a lot. Apparently, one hunted last night. So there was something on the dam cam around Vuyatela Dam of hyenas hunting. We've caught up with a wonderful herd of elephant. We've moved into the area of where Thandi, our queen, moved into last night. We're trying to see if we can find any tracks. We found a nice herd of elephant that hopefully are going to come and surround our car shortly. There's a nice mama. She's got a little baby coming behind. Hello. So peaceful. Sorry about the pole, everybody. We do have our roof on. Joy-no elephants are not territorial. They're very big animals, which means they require an enormous amount of food. So they move through what we call home ranges. Very, very large home ranges, and they move in response to water and feeding grounds. They form what we call a matriarchal society, whereby the biggest, and it's generally the oldest female, is in charge. And all the girls will stay for life in the herd. The young boys will eventually move out. To go start his own little movement with other boys. Guys will move in solitary and will form little associations with each other. Oh, here comes a little one. It's a very nice little thorny plant. He's got no problem breaking with his nose. So they feed a little bit, and then they move. They feed a little bit, and they move. So there's always pressure being exerted on the plants, but the elephants eventually move on to the next bush.
Hello, welcome back. We're still watching these guys feeding. They're very, very busy making sure that nothing is left. These are the only three that have been left. You can tell that the female to the left is sort of saying, when are you going to be done? I need my share also. She might, she must have, contributed in bringing down, but when it comes to eating, it's who is at the top. That's how it goes here. And until the female has had her fill with the puppy or the cub, then the other female will move in. She's a lower ranking female. She's very much part of the Karen, you ask, how does hyena get to be a matriarch? You have to be from the same like female or family of matriarchs to be born, and when she is born, when the matriarch gives birth, her cubs are taken care of by all the other females. But if she gives birth to two females, usually there is immediate rivalry even from day one, because they try and kill each other. So whoever survives becomes the matriarch. And once she's born by the matriarch, she will be looked after by everybody. So she's got chances of being the matriarch because she became, she comes from a matriarch. That's how you become a matriarch. It's the family of the matriarch that continues to be matriarchs. But you have to actually fight to be in that position, especially if you are born as females mostly. Yes, and hyenas are the only few predators that are born with teeth. So from day one, even before opening their eyes, they usually look around, using their senses, the nose, to find out who has been born. And if it's a male and a female, then it's not as bad. But if it's male and male, they'll also fight each other to try and kill one another. And that's why you find there's always one bigger and one smaller cub in a hyena den, because one has been trying to starve the other one. And if you look on their back, even from day 2, 3, 4, and 5, you'll see they have lots and lots of bite marks on their back, because they've been trying to bite each other and kill each other. But if it's a male and female, it's usually they don't fight as much. If it's female and female, it is worse, because they know I need to be on top of my game, because to prove that I want to be the leader in the future, you have to get rid of one another. Yeah, here there comes a toppy. I don't think this is a very good place to be playing around. Already these guys have tested blood, and they can go for anything that comes close by again. Yes, looks like she's really going into that meat, that female. She is really... Yes, you can tell that she's really working on that. Maybe it's a tendon, maybe it's a muscle joining the hip or the pelvis. So, okay, as we continue watching these guys, let's learn about these great creatures. I call them the cleanup crews of the Mara.
As goes the cliche, the wild truly does encompass the circular nature of life. With the ending of one life comes the nourishment of another. There are no better advocates for this inevitable fact than the scavengers of the skies. Shrouded by a rather dark reputation, vultures form a necessary part of most ecosystems. acting as a feathered cleanup crew. In southern Africa, leopard pantries left unattended are often pillaged, with vultures ridding the canopies of the unsightly decomposing decorations. Lions seem to like these opportunistic birds the least, chasing flocks of them off their feast. However annoying to the animals, these carcass crusaders are great markers for us to follow.
Welcome back live to Djuma, everybody, where elephants are doing with the vultures and all the other scavengers on the plains. They do what they do. Such important roles that are filled by so many organisms. Remove any of these important species out of the mix, and the system itself collapses. Elephants are keystone species, and their change to the environment to the habitat. Vultures, hyena, jackal and the like are instrumental in the removal of dead animals all across, not just the Mara, sorry about the poll everybody, but the African landscapes. And they estimate that more than 60-70% of the animals no other animal finds. Well, they're not worth much of that, just getting some more food for the day.
Welcome back. Beautiful. I'm still keeping up with our leopard here, Shidulu, and she's just right there. It looks like she's still keeping on hunting, rising her tail up. Usually the birds will give alarm call to her or any of the leopards, but the minute they rise their tail, is for her to say, you birds, I'm not only hunting you, but I'm only passing by. So this is what is happening there. She's gonna probably drop the tail down again, but it's curled up. You can see the tip white end of the tail. Move forward. Keep up with her. Still a very good chance of her, you know. And she had a great experience of doing so, hunting early in the morning before it's too hot. That when it's too hot, sometimes they give up, because then they already lost a lot of their energy. But we're gonna keep up with her soon. She just moved further, right in front of us. So we'll try our best to stick with her, just to see how far she goes. You never know. Leopards, they can go for anything. When their hunt is not about only antelope, but it's about anything they see, anything they find. It could be a mongoose, could be a lizard, could be squirrels, you know. So they do that just because of when they feed on smaller things, it's not actually to get them full stomach, but to get an energy, sustain their strength and carry on hunting. Sorry guys, we're going through a lot of holes here where elephants have dig around for this tree, but everything's gonna be all right. We're going close to her right now. So Shidulu, named after, well, it means mound. This is where the name came from, Shidulu. And she came from the west, make her way all down here.
Welcome back to Ngala, where the cat streak continues. We were fortunate enough to find this female leopard in a beautiful jackalberry tree, and she's also got an impala carcass with her. We just put her head up. She was sleeping, and we've been here. Look at hanging the legs over that big branch, straddling the branch. What a beauty. There's actually still quite a bit of meat left on that carcass, so I believe she'll be here for another day or so. You know, when you find a carcass in a tree with a leopard, that's like golden ticket. You know, they're going to be there for at least a day or two, unless a different leopard steals the carcass. What's really nice about this is that we know this female also has two tiny cubs. They're about 4 months old. I haven't seen them myself, but I believe one or two of the other rangers have had a glimpse of them. But no sign of them yet. She might just be taking a break from the kids. And fast asleep again. We were just chatting about how perfect this tree is. It's got really big horizontal branches. Quite an easy tree, I think, to climb for a leopard. And you can see all along the trunk, or in front of the tree, there's a trail of the stomach content. You can see the stomach content of the impala as she dragged it up the tree, and also drops of blood. Would have been nice to see her drag that impala up.
Jumbo, welcome back. We have managed to find and secure a spot where we could find the other hyenas. And there are so many, they keep coming and going, and they're feeding on another wildebeest. It's quite a distance away. And this is the North Clan. They have, we have two, top scavengers, stroke predator. Yeah, that's what they call the hyena, but it's a very efficient hunter. The African whiteback vulture, it knows that it's not on the menu for the hyena, so it's just waiting for those scraps. You can tell there is plenty of meat and everybody's still eating. So they killed two, wildebeest this morning, and the other one is across the road, and this one is very close to that grass. There are very many of them in this clan. They're almost, I think, around 40. So there is enough. It looks like that female there is carrying a shoulder blade. It's a picnic maybe to want to take to some, cubs they have on their den. Remember, we don't know where their den is, but we know this is sort of their territory, and they have been moving around this area, so we might be able to find the den in the next coming weeks, hopefully. When we find the den, sometimes, we ask for permission to get to, close to the den. But at the moment, we're struggling to find the den because they've been moving it every now and then. Kelly, good morning. You ask, how fast can a hyena run? Yeah, top speed 55 to 60 kilometers an hour for a very long time. Yeah, it can do that even for 2 kilometers. That is almost, 1.8 miles. It can do that non-stop, very, very fast. Yeah, he said that the kind of body structure they have, it's an evolution from when they started carrying meat long, distances. They overstretch their forelegs, and they develop a very strong neck and jaw muscles for holding on to bones, carcasses with their meat, carrying them long distances, because conditions force them maybe to walk long distances, and hence they developed very strong, chest, big lungs, heart, and you can tell they're very strong towards the front. Yeah, I'm staying with these guys. I'm hoping to keep count and maybe to see, the matriarch, which is going to be very, very exciting. So I'm staying here. Hopefully she'll be around, or she's around.
Back with our leopard, Chidulu. It's amazing when we follow her through the thicket. Eventually she picked up, looks like a remain of neck and head of a grey duiker. Duiker, it's an antelope in this area. I don't know if it was her kill or somebody else's kill, but we just saw her when she was just picking it up, that kill, and it was on the floor. It was not hostage. If maybe it's not her kill, could be maybe another leopard around here, but she's not looking around, because usually when a leopard steals from another, before they approach the scene of a kill, somebody else's kill, I look around too much. Indeed, I was so amazed when I saw her do that. And wow, it's really beautiful. Watch leopard. Looks like she's busy now, plucking the fur of that antelope's neck. Well, I saw it's actually a nice chunk of a neck. She's probably going to have enough for herself. So she's not looking around for probably anything. Anna Marie, you want to know how of all this territory of Djuma divided? So, female leopards, we have a Chidulu as a full-grown leopard, female, and we had a Tandi. She operated in the far east of here, a bit of a Torchwood property, and we have the male leopard, Tingana, also operates the same area as this area as well. So also he covered up north. But we also seen along the border the road is called Garryman. There's also Kuchava, that you might actually maybe seen her or heard of her name, but she operates in that part of a Chitwa down eastwards to that area. So they divided, so each leopard could have anything from maybe 3 square kilometers or 4 square kilometers. Depend how many of the leopards. They can have more than 10 square kilometers if there is not enough of them. But the reason they have to squash the territory, make it possible for them to access on their own property, is that their territory. So they don't like mixing up, or they can overlap. That is when they hunt, moving into somebody's territory, but it would be no scent mark, just to hunt and maybe cross over. But if it's then the challenge for that particular leopard that going into somebody's territory by challenging, it means that that leopard would move in, but also scent mark, making sound, which is a vocal sound of showing the dominant or the challenge of a fight. So the Djuma, I think it's about 3-4 different divided of this species of leopard. We're just gonna see how she does, but she's not, it's just a spot showing up there, but it's interesting just to see how blending in they are.
Welcome, Bella. We are also still sitting with this female leopard, and we haven't seen much movement. It's a lazy Sunday for her, so she's fast asleep. I'm sure she's been feeding on that carcass for most of the evening, even though there is still quite a bit of meat left, like I said. Starlight, do leopards get their carcasses stolen by other leopards? They definitely do. We've seen that quite a lot recently with, there's a young male leopard on the property, and he almost follows around some of the females, and he often steals their carcasses. That's about the only thing that will steal or take the carcass from them and have hoisted it up a tree, is another leopard. It's always so sad, especially with this male that we've been seeing stealing the carcasses. This female especially, the females a lot of the times when they have cubs, they need the energy that they're getting from this meal. So it's quite sad when they do all the hard work and the male comes in and steals the carcass. Otherwise, if they leave it on the ground without hoisting it, a number of things might steal it from them. And usually hyenas are the culprits then. But why they hoist it? To try and keep it away from other predators and scavengers that don't really climb trees like them. We're going to stay with her and just see, maybe she gets up, starts feeding again soon.
Jumbo, and welcome back. These, hyenas are no joke. Looks like they brought down 2 wildebeest, because there is evidence I saw ahead, and on the other side we had seen ahead. So definitely they must have made 2 kills. Remember, there are very many, and two are almost enough, for a night. It doesn't mean that they won't go tonight for something else. They will go for one, for something. If they find it, you see, that's where they're eating it. See that? That's where they're eating it, and this is a lot of hyena spread out. Yes, definitely, there's something also going on. You see that one with the reddish head looking into the long grass. They could be suspecting that they are being stalked by lions or lionesses, and so they're being wary. Maybe they've picked up a whiff or a smell, and it lifted its head up. You can tell there's a few that have got lots and lots of blood on their head. They could have been the killers, because usually at killing they try and disable the prey, but usually eating it alive, and so that's when you see lots of blood. The cleaner ones might have come later. You can tell that the one to the left is a lower ranking female, and so she's waiting until when everybody has had almost enough. There is another one facing us also, and then she can move in. So the ones eating are actually at the top of the clan. They're the ones that do say things. They are the ones that initiate most things. The others are the ones that work for the clan, and they make the clan complete. But they're still very much regarded as part of the clan. But definitely over here you can see it is clearly defined. Yeah, they are really eating that carcass, or that now it's a carcass. They're really eating it. I saw one get away with a leg. Usually they do that. Once it gets to that stage, they will carry everything apart, and that's one of the role they are very good at, because the animal needs to be separated so that it can disappear and stop rotting in one spot. Yes, remember to talk to us, hashtag CGTNWild, hashtag Wild Earth. Question, here comes a leg. This is a youngster about a year old, and he's got a leg. Yeah. Anna Marie, you ask me if I think hyenas could bring a fully grown buffalo down. Of course, yes. If they are pushed to do that, they will do it. Of course, I've never witnessed that, but I will tell you what I saw is I saw them get to a swamp, and a buffalo got stuck, and they ate it alive, and they actually chased it there. The buffalo thought it would get away, but they ate it alive. It was really sad. But if they are pushed to that limit, hyenas will kill or will eat buffalo. They will hunt buffalo, but they prefer to go for what happened. What just happened? There is something going on. You can tell by the body language. Yeah, the body language tells you that there is something going on. I don't know exactly what it is. They could be spelling, some lion, and that's why they're very wary and skittish. Yes, these are pure predators, regarded as scavengers, but mostly they kill for themselves. They will not prefer not to go for buffalo, but if they are pushed, Anna Marie, they will go for buffalo. Yeah, they do go for zebra, wildebeest, topi, warthogs, big antelopes. But if they're pushed, they will go for buffalo. Yeah, really working on that carcass, making me hungry now. Yeah, it looks like it has been dismantled a little bit, because it looks like one of the females has got either a neck, a leg, or something. She's eating over there. It's beautiful here in the Masai Mara. Temperatures are really calm, 17 degrees Celsius. It's really beautiful, not hot at all. The sun is just warming up, and that's why these guys are out. It's really super. Yeah, that's another youngster, maybe about a year. This is much older, I would say. This is a male, he's a much older male. Yeah, in this clan, there's so many. I don't know if somebody knows the whole, total number, but in a clan, there can be even up to 50, 60. Yeah, that's the one carrying a leg. Looks like he's got a follower who's hoping that they can split I think they like each other because he turned around and they started walking together. Yeah, nobody is really trying to get, to get it. So it must be, part of the clan and also at the top ranking. So nobody's even trying to dare take it. Did you see that? Hyenas do smear a sort of cream-like secretion onto grasses where they leave scents for other members to smell. Yeah, looks like, they're really continuing to eat. So I'm staying here. Hopefully they're gonna come this way, maybe with a head or a leg, so we can see the proper.
The trekking mood.
I didn't switch it on. Because the thing is, I'm always here. I don't think I'm disappearing.
What happened then? Well, we're gonna find it then.
Huh?
We're gonna find it. Yeah. I hope the hyena doesn't be ready to pick it up.
No.
It's not on your kangaroo pocket.
It's not.
Where is it?
No, it's not.
Welcome back to Ngala. We're still with Mel Leopard and she's looking very grumpy. We think she's quite sleepy. Every time we start speaking, she actually lifts her head and she just eyes us. And then she puts the head back down. But like I said, I think she's been active for more evening, so she's quite tired. If you have a look at the carcass, Kath, what is the difference between a domestic cat and a leopard? Well, I guess leopards have not been domesticated, so people don't really keep them as pets. But I guess you could say it's kind of in the same family, If you look at their gestures and the way they interact with each other, it's pretty much the same, but this is a wild animal, whilst a cat is something you can sit with on your lap. If we have a look at that carcass, I don't know if you can see it, but all along the side of the body there, you can see where she's plucked the fur. So leopards generally, before they start feeding, they'll pluck the fur off the carcass to start feeding on the softer bits of the animal. You can see it's quite patchy along the right side there. Earlier I was saying there's still quite a bit of meat left, but I think it's just the skin left in the back there. There isn't much left. Maybe at the bottom there's still a bit of meat on the legs and then the shoulder as well. But it looks like it is a young impala. But what a treat. We've been incredibly fortunate. You can just, from my angle, I can just see her tail hanging down behind that big branch. There we go. Quite a long tail. You can just see the tip of the tail through there. You kind of just want to pull that tail. James, interesting question. who do I think is the father of the latest litter? There is a male in this area. We call him the half-eared male. And we believe that he sired the last litter. He has bluish green eyes. And the last two cubs she had, the male had blue eyes. The female had her like greenish yellow eyes. But yeah, we think that was the father, and he is still around. So I believe that he probably is the father of these cubs again. But, you know, she would mate with, if there were more than one male around, she would mate with both of them, just in case they came across her with the cubs, so they don't kill them eventually. I'm very excited to see these cubs, though. Like I mentioned, I haven't seen them just yet. But I'm sure they're not far. She's just hidden them somewhere. We are right on the bank, or on the bank of the Tavati River. This tree is actually leaning over towards the river. So it's quite a nice view. And as I found this late yesterday afternoon, they were driving in the riverbed, and then, I don't know if it was the track or the ranger, but they spotted her running across the riverbed, looped around, and then they found this carcass. Initially it was on the ground, and then she hoisted it. There you can see the riverbed in the background. And this is the perfect habitat for a leopard. Louis, I have never seen that, but I have seen pictures of that. But on Gala, that is not something I've ever observed. That would be amazing to see, though. But yeah, this her one son, this male with the blue eyes, he is something special. It would be really nice to find him. Show that to you. Maybe if we're lucky. Nice big tree she's in, thick canopy as well. We were just chatting about vultures around here, and there are actually quite a few vultures nesting along the riverbed here. I think we'll sit with her for a little bit longer, and we'll see you again later.
Well, good morning, everyone. It is a beautiful morning here at Twala. We actually had a couple of drops of rain last night, not millimeters, but just enough to, get the dust settled and all of that. And it would seem like it's baby season over here. I don't know if you can hear that. We had a quick, when we woke up this morning, we heard a lion calling. Well, I thought it was a male, I have to be honest. Here she comes. Here she comes. And just as we got into this area, we found this female. Clear signs of pregnancy, guys. We can see the suckle marks as well. Those mammary glands being quite swollen, and she's by herself, which means that she is most likely heading to where her cubs is going to be. Now, it's difficult to say whether this is the one that we had with the younger cubs earlier, but you can hear clear contact calling. She's definitely had something to eat. So I think she's, one of two things. She's either looking for the pride to just let's just listen to this first. Incredible, eh, guys? I mean, just that's one of my favorite sounds of the bush. But okay, so just the fact that she's calling like that, I want to say, is going to be more her looking for the pride. You know, that heavy vocalization I haven't seen often with moms looking for their cubs. Not that she would have lost them. She's maybe just contact calling to say that this is where I am and come and meet up with me again. But typically when you find a female looking for her cubs, you'll find that she just does that soft, just a quick contact call to tell the cubs, listen, I'm here. Come out of your hiding spots. Everything is safe. But definitely, she's had a good meal during the night. You could see her belly is nice and round, and she's now walking to, well, we're going to follow her as far as we can and see if she possibly links up with the pride or with her cubs. And if it is cubs, we've been expecting another female to get... Oh, yeah, that cat. Flat cat. So guys, yeah, we just had a good comment. Absolutely. You never get tired of hearing that lion vocalization. It's just a stunning, stunning sound. I mean, waking up to that this morning just gave me lightning in my bones. It is awesome to just hear that. And especially, you know, you don't often get the female with that big of a voice. Like I said earlier this morning when I heard it the first time, I thought it was a male or possibly one of the males. But just beautiful to see this. So yeah, guys, what we're going to do, I'm going to start the vehicle now. We're going to follow them or her and see where she leads us, possibly to the pride or to, hopefully, her cubs.
Welcome back to Ngala. So earlier I started chatting about vultures, and there's actually a vulture nest in a tree right next to us here, and quite a few vultures around. And unlike when lions have a carcass, you know, usually you'll see vultures starting to descend and they'll sit in the trees all around the lions and, you know, kind of just wait for their turn. It's not the case with the leopards. Earlier I mentioned that this tree has quite a thick canopy, and because she has hoisted this carcass, it's something you can't really see from the air or from the sky. Other than that, even if the vultures did see this carcass, it would be quite difficult for them to get in here to steal any scrap. Normally they'll stay quite close to the carcass, and even if they're on the ground, they can scale that tree very, very quickly to chase away any vultures or whatever's trying to steal their carcass. There it is. Victor, at a very, very young age, it's hard for me to say when exactly, but I would say maybe at around 6 weeks. Yeah, around there. Usually when we start seeing leopard cubs, they're already able to climb trees. So from a very young age, around climbing up in shrubs and things. They have to, you know, if there's a hyena or something coming through where the mother has left them, you know, it's the safest thing for them is to climb up a tree, because that's where they can't reach them. There's the vulture on screen, vulture on the nest, and that's how we got speaking about vultures potentially coming for this carcass. Yeah, if a vulture say the leopard wasn't in the tree next to that carcass and a vulture somehow managed to get in there, I think the vulture would have to be on steroids for it to be able to to take that carcass out. I don't think it's possible.
Wonderful to watch or to see a leopard in a tree. It's always very special. Now, a bit of changes here in the Mara River, because earlier we were only seeing the heads, or rather the nostrils and ears and eyes of these huge amphibians of mammoths in the water. But now we are seeing most of them now are coming a little bit up and out of the water, which to me translates to an increase of the temperature, like when you started the drive much earlier. And this hippos very close to the rapids, which also shows the rapids do not affect them. Hippos have been known to do reproduction while in the water. They will mate in the water, give birth in the water. This is their other semi-home, apart from when they come out of the water to feed. Huge marabou stock there in the background, and not sure what she's waiting for. I haven't seen anything dead around. And together with the vultures, they scavenge a lot. And you never know. I mean, we've got a few wildebeest in the river that are dead. And she's just hoping maybe the bigger cleaning crew, I am talking of the big vultures, like the lappet-faced or the Nubian vultures, will come and start tearing those wildebeest out for her maybe to get a chance. Now, I'm staying here because the only thing I can see are the same topics we had before. The numbers haven't changed, but I'll continue keeping my patience here until I see what happens.
So, all right, guys, we've come across this like an open area, beautiful setting for the shot. We just missed the female calling again, but she is calling like crazy. So I'm pretty sure we're going to get her vocalizing again soon. And she's definitely looking for, well, like we said, either the Pride members or her cubs. I'm hoping that it's the cubs. But just to spend some time with her. And there we go down. Possibly waiting for a bit of a response from whoever. But yeah, just a beautiful female. This does look like one of the other Southern Pride females. So we have that young female now with a 3-month-old cubs, or almost 4 months now. And this one, I believe, is one of the older females that possibly we haven't seen her cubs yet. So we are in a very good location. I mean, like I said, where we are right now, it's quite open. But coming through here, there was lots of thick blackthorn thickets, which we drove past. So just like that cheetah yesterday, very good spots to, make a den site or stash her cubs just for while she goes out to hunt and so on. We don't know how old these cubs are, if there is cubs yet. I believe we do have cubs here because we saw the suckle marks. So, but we don't know their ages yet. So it could be a month, it could be a week, could be 2 months. They hide their little ones so well that sometimes it's difficult to really see, track them until she introduces them to the world. But yeah, just a beautiful female. So Sandy, very good question. How long do the moms stay with their cubs? Other way around. How long do the cubs stay with the mom? Typically, it depends on the gender of the cubs. So the females will stay a little longer, possibly stay in the pride after they reach sexual maturity. But normally, as far as drinking milk and those, kinds of things are concerned, they'll drink milk for about 3, 4, maybe 5 months exclusively. Well, no, I'm lying now. They'll drink milk for about 2 months before they go over to solids. They'll still continue drinking milk from the mom, even though they go over to feeding on meat quite a bit. And normally with a cat, you'll find them being in a parental role for up to about 18 months, maybe a little longer with some individuals. The males do tend to get kicked out of the pride a little sooner, as soon as they start showing interest in other females, because then the dad gets jealous and he wants the females to himself and he chases them off. So they typically get kicked out of the pride at around 2, maybe 2.5 years of age, sometimes even a little sooner if there's another set of cubs that gets kicked out. The male might decide, you know what, all the males just have to go, and then they kick out an 18-month-old cub or so. But typically about 2 years. Like I said, the females will occasionally, well, not occasionally, more often than not, stay within their natal pride, as long as the pride size allows for it. Otherwise, they'll also leave and possibly go and establish a territory of their own and begin their own pride. So yeah, I want to say, if you have to put a solid number around it, about 2 years that the moms take good care of the cubs. After that, they either become part of the pride or they get kicked out if it's males. Yeah, definitely looking around to see what's going and who's coming after that calling.
Hello, and welcome back to the Mara. And look what we have here, just a little cutie, little elephant. Yeah, that is a very small one, only maybe around 3 months, actually 2 months, too small. It doesn't have, even the skin is not as developed. Yeah, very wary of everything. Even the birds are scaring him. Yeah, look at that. Yeah. Always very, yeah, was catching up to mom, yeah, for more assurance. Yeah, it's part of a really big herd that we just came across as we moved away from the hyenas, all of them coming from the plains and heading back to the swampy waters, to the marshy areas. This is the norm. They love being out in the open during the night, and then during the day they just come back and enjoy, the marshy area. Looks like they've come across a drink, and you females are taking drink that. There's another small one. Look at that. Lots and lots of young ones. We're having a baby boom in the Mara of elephants. That's slightly older, maybe 3 months. The other one was 2. And all of them are in one mission. They have a goal to get to the trees where it's cooler and maybe change of diet from what they've been feeding on during the day. Romy, you ask, where are the elephant's teeth? Is that the question? Oh, where they sleep, elephants don't have a bedroom. Wherever they feel comfortable, they will sleep there. And the bigger ones don't sleep mostly. They just doze. You will find they're stretched, their trunks very stretched and, more very saggy on the ground during the day under shade. Sometimes they'll find a termite mound and lie on it, because if they lie somewhere really flat, they might not be able to stand. So they spend most of their life standing. Surprisingly, they do sleep, but very rarely. Smaller ones do tend to sleep. Yes, they do sleep more, the smaller ones. So they're going to the bushes where it's going to be cooler. So if they stand, they can be able to, doze off, slightly. while waiting for the evening to come so they can come out and head to the plane.
All right, guys, we've just repositioned a little bit. Now you can actually have a look at her chest and mouth being that red coloration. Definite signs of her having a good meal during the night. And that belly also, as you can see, is nice and round. So she just called again. She's constantly looking around. She is, however, I was mentioning this to David earlier, she's changed her plan now. She's a little bit up and down. She's not really, walking in one direction as if she's walking to where she thinks the pride might be. So very possible that she's got cubs here somewhere. Because what she did now was when she got up and she moved again, she actually moved back on her tracks, looking back towards where she was coming from. So very possible that there's some bundle of joy hiding in the thicket here somewhere, which just hasn't, wrapped up the courage to come and meet their mom. But, I could be wrong. We'll see what happens and we'll see what it is that does come out eventually. But yeah, constantly calling, and she's definitely on a mission to find whatever she's looking for, Definitely not hunting any more than she wouldn't have been vocalizing. And seeing that red face and neck and chest, she doesn't need to hunt now. So a little bit of downtime for her as soon as she finds whatever she is looking for. You can see she's constantly looking around. It would be great to see what she is looking for. I'm hoping that it's the cubs there. But yeah, just a beautiful female. Now you can actually see, I don't know if you remember, we spoke about it the first time I was with the lions, with you guys, how big they get. Look at that female. Look at the head and the face and so on. Huge, huge body structure. And that all just helps them to operate a little bit better in the sand. Come on, girl, call for us again. Oh, no. Also, guys, have a look at how you can see that white belly. It's quite important, that white belly, for both the lions and the leopards, well, cheetahs as well. We call that their heat window. When whether you either have cats or dogs at home, doesn't matter. On a really hot, warm day, especially after they've eaten, you'll find them lying on their backs, just opening up their belly to the breeze. And that just helps to take away all the excess body heat that gets created by digesting and so on. Yeah, no, guys, she is gorgeous. This is a beautiful, beautiful female, absolutely in her prime, and just so lucky to have found her this morning. But to come back to the heat window, when they open up their belly to the breeze like that, a lot of the body heat that's created by digesting and all of the organs, in and around the stomach area, gets taken away, and that helps them to cool down. And then that white is quite important because that helps to reflect any radiation away from the sun, to not take in as much. If you shave a lion's belly, it's going to be a very dark skin, a grayish black. It's just because they've got all of that melanin in their skin to protect them from the sun. But that white coloration on the belly helps to just keep them cooler for longer, and quite important. You can also see what we were talking about now. On the belly, you can just see that one mammary gland. Yeah, that's a little dark around the edges. That's the clear signs of suckling from cubs. So yeah, hopeful.
So things have changed slightly on our side, and our patience has paid off. As you can see, she's not napping anymore, and she's actually feeding again. We've watched her trying to reposition this carcass. You can see, yeah, she's been throwing it around up there, but I think she's finally found a comfortable spot. And she's currently working at the rib cage. You can hear her crushing the bone, tearing it open there. What a beautiful view of her as well. Earlier we could just see the small spots on the head, but now you'll notice the rosettes on the side of the body as well. The spots that kind of turn into rosettes in the back there. How beautiful. It's almost like a little flower or spot within a spot. Really is beautiful. We can now also see that it's a female impala. See, there's no horns there. Unlucky. Yo, she's really going at it. What you'll notice is that she's, every now and again, she's pushing that, from T, difference between a cheetah, a leopard, and a panther. T, if we take a cheetah and a leopard, for instance, there are quite a few differences. Firstly, now that we're looking at this leopard in a tree, cheetahs don't climb trees. They're quite tall and lanky, but they are much lighter compared to a leopard. And then we were just speaking about the spots. Cheetahs also don't have those rosettes that the leopards have. So cheetahs will only have solid black spots. And then if you have looked at a picture of a cheetah, you'll notice that cheetahs have these black tear marks running down from the eyes onto the cheeks. Leopards don't have that either. And then with concerns to a panther, they are closer to a leopard. Yeah, you'll obviously also get the black variants, which you also get in leopards, but that is much closer to a leopard than it is to a cheetah. How beautiful are those long white whiskers of hers? Not an easy task getting through this impala. But there we go. Earlier I was going to mention, every now and again you'll see when she cuts through the skin, she pushes that carcass right to the back. There she's doing it now, right to the back of the mouth. And she actually has a molar and a premolar at the back there. They call it the carnassial shear, and that is especially for cutting. You'll notice it every now and again. I'll point it out when she does it again, or when she uses it again. Oh, that's beautiful.
There's another change here because me and Bungay, who is on camera, we have just picked up the rapids a little bit louder than they were before. That would mean upstream, or the source of this river where it comes from, there must have been some rains either very early this morning and the water levels have risen. Of course, that would translate to more water and more rapids hitting those rocks there. Let's see how dry that area looks. It's not that it's dry, but it's very rocky with very minimal vegetation. And if any herds of wildebeest I'll be expecting, they'll be coming from that direction. That's the formula or the way we have found out the last 2 weeks. Any time the beasts will come to cross the river, will come from that side. And currently they're coming from the north side towards the south, and we're in the south where I am waiting for them.
Okay, guys, we just had a very, very cool experience. It just shows you how much better their ears are than ours. So she was flat cat. I mean, like we left her the last time. Okay, here it comes. Love how she did that last little one just as an added bonus. I mean, stunning, guys. But so what I wanted to say was she was lying flat on the ground, head down, out for the count. And all of a sudden, can actually hear other lions calling again. She might call again now. But all of a sudden, she jumped up and we didn't know what was going on. And only about 2 seconds later, we started hearing the other lions calling. The second is now 2 sets of lions, actually. One behind her, and then the others were to the north, which is behind us at the moment. So, yeah, guys, on that note, it does confirm things to a certain extent that she's not looking for her cubs, but rather the pride or maybe one of the males or so on. The fact that she reacted like that to the other lion vocalizations is what's telling us that she's definitely, well, most likely, looking for the larger individuals. Oh, I'm just so happy we got to see her now, full frontal doing that vocalization. There she goes. Yeah, this is special. Poof. I think she might be waiting for them to come towards her. She has been walking for quite some distance before we got to see her, and then we followed her for quite some distance as well. So just recharging the batteries maybe a bit and seeing if the others don't want to come closer to her. But she might get up. Rosemary, that may be the best observation that we could make. We just had a comment from Rosemary. She's trying to call for babysitters. It could be, having to worry about those little ones the whole time. I think could be taking some strain, although she's not looking like she's tired of it yet. Beautiful, beautiful as always. But I mean, it is Sunday, so she might want the day off. those ears popping up, definitely listening for something. Oh yeah, absolutely. Flat cat does make a lot of energy to make those calls. I mean, if you just think about the force that they need to use to get that air over those vocal cords of theirs in such a way that you could, as humans, they say we can hear them 5 kilometers away. I don't know if you've tried to shout to your buddy. We don't reach 5 kilometers, eh? And so that is definitely going to take quite a lot of energy, not to the point where they're going to have to, take that into consideration as to when they're going to hunt again, but quite a lot of energy. And what amazes me just is that their throat doesn't get sore. Can hear the other lions. Guys, it's going to be too far away for you to hear, but I can hear the other lions calling again. Yeah. She might actually give us another shot. But yeah, lots of energy being used to force that air out of the throat. And that's why you get that really, really impressive sound. I mean, it's just incredible. We can hear the others, and they probably, I want to say 3.5 kilometers away, and just being able to sit here and having a lion, 30, 40 meters away, calling straight into your ears is stunning. Perfect way to wake up in the morning. So Carol just asked, can it be, like I mentioned, it could be, or it seems that it could be painful at times, and can it be painful? And Carol, I'm going to lie to you if I'm going to give you a direct answer. I suppose they can, just like with humans, they might get sick and get a throat condition and so on, and that's going to be very painful for them then to force the air out of their or over their vocal cords like that. However, I'm not sure. I'm going to lie to you if I tell you definitely yes or no. But I mean, just like we get a sore throat, I'm sure they get a sore throat as well. And vocalizing will just make that a little bit worse, or can be very painful. So you might find them refraining from doing that, or doing it much softer, only like contact calling during times like that when they've got a little bit of a disease that they're trying to get through. You can see, guys, now she's relaxing a little bit and immediately started grooming herself, getting that blood off of her coat. And you don't want that to dry out and become bad. Otherwise, I mean, they've got a pretty distinctive smell in any way, but if they don't do this constant grooming of themselves and one another, that smell is just going to get worse and worse and worse. And they might not mind it, but it's a very important thing that they would like to hide from, potential prey. If you've got the smell of death around you, things tend to run away from you. So very important to do that cleaning constantly. And also just to look nice. She is a lady, so she needs to keep up appearances, if you want to call it like that. Would be interesting to see what she did catch. I mean, obviously she's not on the kill anymore, but quite often with the females, when they've just before giving birth or after giving birth for that first month or so, they do operate by themselves like this. So, and because of that, they have to take care of themselves. So, could be maybe an oryx, a gemsbok, or a zebra or warthog, it would be nice to know what she's caught.
Right, let's try this for a second time with no technical difficulties, but I'm sure you can all guess where I am. I'm at, of course, in Ndlovu Dam with a herd of impala that have just finished having a drink. So they were down here just a few minutes ago. They don't normally linger for too long. There's no real reason for the animals, especially the herbivores, to really stay at this dam other than to come down and drink. There's no vegetation for them to feed on unless you are a little daker that enjoys eating the seed pods from the leadwood trees. But impala, they've got their heads down. I wonder if they're feeding on the fallen apple, or there's a big apple leaf tree that you can see sort of just almost in the center of your screen, and it has dropped a few leaves. So perhaps they're munching on those leaves that have fallen down to the ground. I mean, that probably isn't particularly nice to feed on, but they do feed on it. There they are. Yeah, it does look, that's exactly what they're eating. What we will see, though, I'm really excited for the next month or two because of all the flowers that we are going to be seeing developing on all the trees. The boerbeens have already started, so that's going to be good. And then the knobthorns have got flowers, and soon the apple leaves will also have flowers on them. And all the different animals also love to feed on them, so we'll start to see them with their heads down on the ground like that. You see them just sort of nibbling away. Quite very, very fluffy. It's very chilly this morning. I'm sure you saw when Djuma team was still around that the clouds were quite thick. The sun hasn't been able to penetrate through them just yet. So it's going to take a bit of time to warm up. None of us on the vehicle this morning, myself, Odie and Norman, have taken any jackets off. I'm actually glad I put an extra jersey on. I almost just went out with one. But I think it's much colder than when I woke up earlier today. A couple of doves also just flying past the screen. Penny, there's so many elements to spring that I absolutely love. I think it's the burst of color that we normally get. So typically we'll get a little bit of a downpour at some point in September, and then some grass will start to pop through. But I think the first colors of the flowers that we're going to see, and hopefully I'll be able to show them to you in the next couple of weeks, is from the boerbeens, the scotia tree. Sorry, we don't have really any nice ones to look at right now, but they're all going to turn bright red from the tiny little flowers. So that's something that's quite nice, especially with the drab sort of grays and browns that we see. So you can see we're just panning over the eco training camp. There's quite a few boerbeens in camp. There we go. And there's a couple of red flowers. I don't think we'll be able to see them very well, unfortunately. And during the days, it's quite nice now because you hear a lot of this. Yeah, somewhere in there, I thought I just saw. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, straight in there, you can see those strange little colors. Those are the flowers. They're all just starting to develop, but they will turn into like a bright red. If you can think of the reddest lipstick that you've ever seen anyone wearing, that's how red it goes. And the amount of sunbirds and things that it attracts is quite special. So I think we're quite lucky. We do typically have some signal around camp, and I think that some afternoons, maybe when it's a bit warmer, or on some of those warm mornings that we should get, we'll get some nice bird activity. And that's something that I've been missing since I've been sort of at Pridelands, as I haven't been able to do as much birding as I'd like. I mean, I didn't even see one oxpecker on the top of the backs of the impala. I mean, we've put a few birds live here and there, but when there's flowers on a tree, well, then you don't need to go searching for them. You can kind of just sit and wait, which is the best thing, and then the birds will kind of come and go, as do the impala. They haven't been brave enough to go in camp, though, and start to feed on the fallen red flowers, because we've got a massive boerbeen in camp that kind of shades over where we eat breakfast and lunches and dinners. But I think we'll move on and try and find some elephants, and hopefully it'll be sooner rather than later.
Yeah, Taylor, keep moving, see whether you can get my favorite animals, elephants. In Kenya, unlike South Africa, we have like summer all around the year. which is broken by two rain seasons, the long rains and the short rains. If any rains we have now are the short rains. And the only thing we see out there when you get the rains will be a few flowers that will come out, which hopefully I'll be showing you some today, especially the white tissue flowers and some other lilies that we call the pajama lily. Now, we've got two visitors here, and these are the Egyptian geese. I'm not sure whether they want to drink or they'll take advantage of any plant or any insect that aquatic insects will be, bumped out of the water by those rapids there. Because I haven't seen them drinking, they're just on the edge. And these ducks could be both carnivores and herbivores at the same time. Lauren, that's a very good question. You're asking the speed of hippos in water and out of land. I would say out of water, hippos have been said to go like 40 kilometers an hour. In water, I would say they could be a bit slow because the water has its own challenges. We have crocs in it, we have rocks, and I would say they would be a bit slow and maybe not very sure or very certain how fast they can move. Now, look at where they are now and where we have the rapids. Unless you'd get a straight line of, say, 100 meters, that's the only way maybe you could know, Lauren, how fast they could move in the water. See all those rocks there? And knowing hippos do not swim and they do not float in the water, it would become quite a challenge for them to move against the current of the water. And I would say they'll be rather slow in the water than outside land. But apparently, Lauren, the hippos, if they need to protect themselves or when it comes to defense and they feel their safety has been compromised or their calves, they'll always want to push their would-be enemy in the water because in the water they have better chances of fighting back. Now, talking of the current in this same river, we saw this wildebeest yesterday and it was washed downstream. And if you look, either one of the legs, the flesh in it has been cleaned, and my guess is maybe this could have been hyenas, because this is how the hyenas would feed on it, and then it got loose in the water and it moved, and the hyenas let go. Now, if anybody else would eat it from where we are, it could only be the crocodiles. The crocs, just like the hippos, have started to come to the bank to warm themselves. But at least, the hippos are warm-blooded, the crocs are cold-blooded, and they may stay longer out of the water than the hippos. See how they blend in very well? But if you look carefully to the mouth, which is on the edge of the water, you can see some two white teeth popping out. And I'm just sitting here patiently, hoping that the wildebeest or zebras or the topics that we saw earlier will come and cross the river.
Okay, guys, from sleepy crocodiles to sleepy lions, this female has now, I think, started relaxing a bit. She's still popping her head up every now and again. But what I want you to have a look at now is, now that she's lying with her belly towards us, now you can see what we were talking about as far as those suckle marks are concerned. Look at how dark it is around the nipple of the female. That's clear indication. That's always what we look for if you want to know if there's been cubs drinking. You get that dark coloration around the mammary gland. And so as soon as we see that, any guide will tell you, as soon as they see that on a cat, there's a little boy jumping inside of them, waiting for the cubs to come out. They are just very, very cool to be able to show you guys that. But yeah, as you can see, lazy lion at the moment. Yeah, guys, we had a couple of comments coming through about the roundness of the ears of the lion, and absolutely it is. Obviously, I mean, you can't have a lion have ears the size of a kudu or an elephant for that matter, just because it will be floppy and difficult for them to hide it when they're busy stalking these animals. So for them, the roundness of the ear absolutely helps to channel all the sound waves into that ear shell. If you have a look also, you'll see with the lions, leopards, you'll find it even with zebras. There's quite a lot of long hair on the inside of the ear. And that is also just a helping mechanism to channel the sound waves into the ear so that the hearing is even more acute. But yeah, very, very beautiful ears. It's not often that you get ears like that on a lion, that it's perfectly round and without scars. You know, with them, there's quite a lot of fighting involved, especially around the kills for the females and so on. So having those very sharp claws, when they get a smack in the face, quite often there's a little tear in the ear or so. But this female, we've now confirmed it when she was looking at us. This is the dominant female of the Southern Pride. So we had a very interesting question from Keith now. Do lions ever kill each other and eat one another? And what happens when they die? So unfortunately they do. So there's quite a bit of competition amongst prides with one another, which is why they're territorial. So prides, when I say prides, guys, it's a group of females with their cubs, and then coalitions as well, which is the groups of males. So you'll find that males are territorial and females are territorial, so they'll have their own separate territories, and the males are all about how many females they can have in their territory. But then, so when two different prides meet up, they will fight with one another, and then if they kill each other, they won't necessarily eat one another. That doesn't really happen with lions. I mean, obviously, you'll find that you can never say never in the bush. Don't know if you guys saw the documentary Brothers in Blood, Lions of Sabi Sands. That's a clear indication of where lions was doing things that we weren't expecting. You know, so very important to remember this is the bush. Anything is possible, but typically speaking, females killing one another won't eat each other. They'll rather eat an impala or so. Males, however, they will quite often, if they take over a territory, you'll find that all the young cubs in that area, the males will kill them and eat them. And that is just to show the females their dominance. So it's not because they're hungry or so. It's just to show, okay, you know what? There's a new boss in town. I am the dominant male, and that's going to, killing them will initially stimulate the females to go into estrus again because there's no cubs drinking from them anymore. But that eating process is more just to display dominance. So with that being the case, yes, they do eat each other in isolated occasions. I mean, obviously, guys, if this female is desperate for food, let's say she's an old lady, her teeth is not working that well anymore, she's not fast enough to catch, let's say, an impala or so, and she comes across the dead lion, she's going to eat it. Desperation will always drive them to do things that they are not necessarily expected to do. But then what happens with them after they die, they either just, become part of the bush, decompose and become part of the bush, or remember there's always hyenas around. The scavengers will definitely eat other things that eat meat, so they will do the lions as well.
Welcome back to And Beyond Ngala, everyone, where we currently only have this impala carcass. A leopard came down the tree, and as soon as she came down, she sat in front of our vehicle, and then she started calling. Now we think she went to fetch those cubs, and for now it's a waiting game, but it will definitely be worth it. She went into quite a dense thicket to our left here. And we think that is potentially where she's hiding the cubs. We've been hearing something in there, not exactly sure what it is, but I think the cubs are in there. So we're going to hang around here and just see, maybe she brings them out. In the meantime, I think let's have a little quiz. So I think, let's see if the viewers can tell me what the gestation period of a leopard is. What is the gestation period of a leopard? So as we went live, these clouds broke and we had a bit of sunshine, which was quite nice.
Well, I've seen the leopards in the Mara bringing down such huge prey like the wildebeest that we are seeing there. But now we've got a vulture that is slowly wading through the water. And you remember a few minutes ago I was talking about scavengers, and I said if anything would come either to this wildebeest apart from the crocs, would be scavengers like this Ruppel's grapefruit vulture. I've been watching her to see how she'll get to that kill, and then at one point she'll walk, then fly up, see if she's going to have some breakfast. She's been very cautious, very careful, as she was heading towards that kill there. Now, she needs to know where to start. Now, the nervousness is, of course, she doesn't know where the predators are. It was calling from the background, which might scare her and then take off. And I spoke of a lappet-faced vultures, or the Nubian vultures, which are rather strong than the one we got here, than the Ruppels. It has just to find out any place that's opened, maybe the eye, or start tearing the ear. But it would be very difficult for her to tear the skin of this wildebeest. They're not very well equipped, like the Nubian vultures. The Nubians are bigger, stronger beaks, sharper beaks, just like Sturgeons. Now, but if you look carefully at that area, most likely it was eaten by another predator before, either hyena or maybe a croc, and that's the only place she can access the flesh. You see, if you look very carefully, it's any place that is torn or cleaned, but she cannot even dare to start tearing this wildebeest from where she is standing, because it's just too tough. The skin is just too tough. Luna, the crocs here, I've seen about 3, and what would happen should they feel we don't have enough food? It's very possible for them to come and intimidate this particular vulture. But under the water, I want to believe they have stashed lots of food for themselves, both wildebeest and the zebras. And remember, we're coming to you live from the Masai Mara. Please talk to us, comments, questions, and you can tweet using CGTN Wild or hashtag WildEarth. And for those of you who could be joining us now, we're just on the banks of the Mara River, and this is what happened during the migration. So this wildebeest, I just want to believe it was a culprit when it and others were trying to cross the river, and luckily she did not make it, either brought down by a croc or she broke her legs. Lions will also lay ambush, but not inside the water, so I would not really think it was a lioness or lion which did this, because they'll always get them outside the water. That's where they lay the ambush. But I think the current was much bigger upstream, and she was pushed down to where she is currently. One is only this one vulture, but vultures use more, they got a stronger sense of sight than smell. So when it warms up, you'll see them gliding in the air, and they know that in this river, there could be a possibility of some deaths of either wildebeest or zebras, and not once we see them gliding over the river looking. I think this one had a sharper, sense of sight, and she came immediately. Taylor, how much can vultures digest? I can tell you I have no idea. But what they do, they keep picking bits and bits of flesh every few minutes or every few seconds, as much as they can. And then you'll notice they'll pause at one point, either have a drink or continue doing the same. But unlike other animals, like predators like lions, we know at a given time, they would comfortably eat maybe 10% of their body weight. And a new vulture comes in, it could be very difficult for us to know how much vultures can digest at a given time. Now, this is a different species, and this is called the African white-backed vulture. In East Africa, we got 7 different species of vultures. So we got 2, and I would say gliding in the air, and you can see how the wind is blowing helps them to spot a kill. They don't have to look for where predators should be, they could just look for a carcass. Now let's see how they're going to relate, being different species. But one thing is certain, there's enough for both of them, and maybe more. So she may choose first to walk in the water a little bit, but as the water gets deeper, she'll just maybe have a little hop of flight and land on the dining table. Another one comes in. Very good camera work there, Bungay. Oh, this is a marabou stock. You remember before we had seen a marabou stock, and I was talking about it. Good job. I was talking that most likely she was waiting for something, by the rivers or some carcass. And either from where she was, she could see this one, but I think she was rather scared to come in, number one. But having seen other scavengers in, she's like, yes, let's join the party. Come on, go close. There's enough for both of you. Don't be shy. I'm not sure whether this one is facing the challenge of getting there. You need a raft or a canoe, maybe. It's not a long distance for you to swim through. So the first one walked through the water, and as it got deeper, it just hopped up and just landed on the wildebeest, with other people coming in to watch. This vulture's feeding as another vulture, I guess, is landing in. And now what will happen if we get 2 or 3 different species, or 4, they might, outnumber the other. You'll notice the African white-backed vulture has pulled off a little bit, because the new one in is another Rupert's griffon vulture. Build the carriage, go dig in. Let's see if the 2 are going to intimidate the other one. But chances are this one very quickly will join one of alike. And I can tell you, it will not take us long before we see more vultures coming in. I'll keep an eye here, and definitely we'll let you know.
So we're still waiting to see if she brings those cubs back. We had another glimpse of her and saw her moving further into the thicket. But other than that, no, nothing new, nothing to report at least. Now I'd like to know if we got any answers for the quiz. about what the gestation period of a leopard is. Lulabelle, 90 days. So I guess it depends what book you read. A lot of them will say between 90 and 105, but there is a number that is generally more acceptable. Ruby, 95 to 110 days. Yeah, I think anything between that. Oh, I think we have I just spotted her through the bushes there. She is milling around there. I believe the cubs are in there. I think we just need to wait around here a little bit longer. But yes, I think generally in that between 95 and 105 also pretty much correct. So well done. Thank you for sending in those answers. I think I just saw a head of one of the cubs. It is very, very thick. But let's just see. I think she might be leading them here. Right, let's see if we zoom in a little bit more. I think if you go up a little bit and to the right, that's why I saw them. Let's just see around there. They might have turned back, but I think they're on their way. We just have to be patient. Yeah, this is the perfect habitat for a leopard. Like I said earlier, it's really thick along this riverbed, so it's the perfect place for her to hide these cubs, and also for her to hunt. So we'll sit here for a little bit longer. Hopefully, when you come back to us a little bit later, we might have those little cubs.
Yeah, exactly. It's just took a chance, move around and come back, and hopefully the cubs might be out. My party has got a little bigger now, and we got about, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, over 10 vultures here. The marabou stock has gotten very close, and you can see the intimidation on the vulture that got here first. She got her wings out, trying to intimidate the others. This is all mine. I'm not sure that to say that's being selfish, but I believe that's the message she's trying to send to the rest. I got here first, get out of here. It's mine. A little interaction there, which is like don't get close to the dining table. But this is the order of the day. Well, the marabou stock have been outnumbered, but she's holding her ground now and walking towards the kill. An African white-backed vulture just got there, got kicked out with the repels, wings out. I am so big. Maybe. I'm very strong. But one thing I have learned with these vultures, they have to eat as quickly as they can. They'll not be certain of any other predator coming in now. I mean, even lions could even come now. And it's really funny to watch them fight. I remember I had a guest who kept telling me, vultures do not have table manners. And I can see what she meant, and I can see what she was telling me. I mean, there's no order. The only other thing they can do is to eat these wildebeest from different angles. But the one who got here first feels she got every right to eat as much as she can before anybody else can dig in. I'm trying to imagine if Bungei would just jump out of the car and get that elephant grass out of the way. But Bungei is telling me then he'll also look not to have table manners like the vultures while feeding. I feel sorry for the marabou stock because, I mean, birds of a feather flock together. The vultures are a lot many now, over 10 of them. And she may have to wait there before she can get anything for herself. Move closer. Show them you can do it. Put your wings out. You're tall, you've got a long beak, you have an advantage, I would say, over the vultures. Just sneak between them with your long neck. You can see there's a bit of red of flesh coming out, unlike before. They've got very sharp beaks, like what maybe surgeons would use. So he's beak in, dig as much as you can, then cut and pull out the flesh. I don't want to believe that's how they feed. I still want to believe this particular vulture here is quite selfish, because this is too much food. She can't finish it on her own. I've always said, of all the animal species we got here in the savannah, I highly respect the vultures. Sometimes we call them the garbage collectors, cleaning crew. But I think, to me, they would come top of the animals that do a wonderful job. A few weeks ago, we saw a crossing where we had hundreds of wildebeest that died, loads of them, while trying to cross the Mara River. So just imagine if these vultures were not there. It would be an ecological disaster, I would say, in the Mara or in the Serengeti. The job they do, as much as they feed on these animals, to me, I wouldn't say they clean the savannah, but they have a very important job to do as much as they clean. They feed on them. Okay, the marabou stock is your chance now. But you notice, because its beak is shaped differently, she may have to wait until some parts and pieces are out of this wildebeest. Unlike the vultures, which can cut for themselves, I do not think the marabou stock has the right tool to do that. No wonder you see her just waiting and watching. So if they scramble for the wildebeest and start pulling pieces of it out, that's what chances she may jump on the same. The only challenge is there's not much room to stand on the beast and eat it, but now you can see now they're feeding while in the water. Speed, quick. Beverly, that's a great comment, and you're saying this is a crazy sighting. We're just talking with Bungei here, Beverly. We see it looks very simple. We have not been very lucky to see the crossing we've been waiting for, but we agreed that this is pretty special to see in the morning. Drop it to the water. A wildebeest that we don't know who killed it. And the scavengers came in style, one after the other. Walking, wings out. I'm a big guy. Come on, I also need some share of this. Now look carefully, it's on the same leg I was talking about, because this part was opened by the previous predator. I don't know which one it was. Otherwise, it's very difficult for these species of vultures to open any other part of this wildebeest. The only species that has the right apparatus to do that are the Nubian vultures. Nubian vultures will just come and tear the skin of this wildebeest, eat, they get full, then they'll allow anybody else to join in the party. But these ones don't have as strong beaks or rather the beaks are also not as sharp as the Nubians. Truly, these guys have no table manners. I have now forgotten the rapids. I'm enjoying to watch these vultures feeding.
Welcome back. We are still scanning this bush next to us, and we have actually had a brief view of these little cubs. Just saw their heads popping up, but it seems like the mom's lying down in there at the moment. She's being quite wary, but she will bring them around eventually. So like I mentioned, we just have to be patient. Etienne, how long would a leopard be able to feed on this impala? Normally, when we find an impala carcass like this, and if it's a full-grown impala carcass, maybe around 2 to 3 days. Depends on the size of the leopard as well. So if it's a male leopard, they might feed a little bit quicker. If it's a female, she might take slightly longer. And then, of course, it also depends on the size of the carcass. So if it's a young impala, maybe it'll only be there for a day or so. But I'd say there's still a bit of meat left here, so they'll probably still be here tomorrow. Hopefully she brings those cubs over and they can feed with her. And these cubs have already started eating meat, so at around 3 months they start eating meat with her. I'm glad everyone's holding thumbs. We're also doing that. I really, really hope we get to show them to you. I'm also really excited to see them. The nice thing is that it's still overcast, even though earlier I said it looks like the sun's coming out, but it is still very cool, so it's a good time for them to still be moving around. So I'm really hoping that she brings them over. Just trying to see if we can get a view of them through the bush here for you. That's exactly where we saw them earlier. But it doesn't seem like there's any activity at the moment. Alright, crossing our fingers and toes that they come out. We'll see you again a little bit later.
Yeah.
Alright, look at these silhouetted birds that we have in the tree. Sorry, I just need Owen to mute his cell phone because I can hear my own echo in my head. So we're just going to do that very quickly. Sorry, everyone, and then I shall carry on. But those are go-away birds, but they're probably all going to fly. Thank you so much. But there's quite a few of them around here. As we were just driving through this very sort of wooded area, there's lots of sickle bush and bush willows and things around. There were about 5 or 6 of them all gathered in the tree, and I don't know what they're doing. Now we have a hornbill that has joined the party, so it must be a little bird party of some sort. And funny enough, they've been the animals that are most active today. But to try and put birds on camera, sorry everyone, I'm not sure what's happened. Sorry, we shall get back there in a minute. There we go. Now, You've got the red-billed hornbill, in case you were wondering which type of hornbill it was. But you can differentiate between them and the yellow-billed, even if it is just a silhouette, because their beaks are so different. The yellow-billed's much thicker. But there are at least two go-away birds just perched up in a tree. So they are so desperate for any kind of fruit and sugar at the moment. There isn't really anything around. I wonder what they're doing here. I wonder what they'd be feeding on. But we've seen buffalo weavers, we've seen the go-away birds, a couple of crested barbets, and of course you can't go anywhere without there being a hornbill of some kind. But right now, not much feeding going on, just a bit of feather maintenance and preening themselves, making sure they look good. Kathy, no, I don't think there's any particular reason why birds, prefer the dead part of trees, other than the fact that maybe when they're flying and they need to land somewhere, it's much easier if you can see the branch. And if the tree is covered in leaves, I think it can be quite difficult just to see where you can sort of land and grip onto a branch. Because when these bigger birds, remember, a go-away bird is not a small bird. It's actually quite large. It's not going to be able to land on a bunch of leaves, as the leaves won't be able to hold its weight. It depends on if you're a tiny little crombeck or a little sunbird of some sort. But these guys need to land on something quite solid. So at this time of the year, there are very few leaves that are on the trees anyway. Most of them will lose the leaves. So, now it's not even just a coincidence. It's just because they've got nowhere else to go. So they'll bound about in those trees looking for delicious things to eat. Like I said, they do particularly eat fruit when it is available. But when there's no fruit available, most frugivores, so fruit-eating birds, will supplement their diet with insects. So they actually take quite a few different things. You got your little crest up. But again, it's all very quiet, and with such miserable weather, I think it's a good chance to just catch up on cleaning your feathers. So you can see there, actually there's one feather there that looks like it probably needs to come out. I don't know if you saw that. It looks like there were some bits and pieces missing. And that's not going to be very good for flying, so they'll often pull those ones out, and then a new one will grow. But if those little barbules can't hook back together again, then they're useless for flying, and that would have been a flight feather of some sort, one of the primaries it looked like. We can see how fluffed up they are, though. There you go, just running the beak through the feathers on the breast, but those feathers are there to help keep the bird nice and warm.
Well, my birds are not cleaning themselves, but they're feeding themselves. And we've got one here that I would say it's very mean. The very original vulture that landed here first, the Rupals, has kept everybody else on the side. I still want to believe she's very mean, not friendly at all, and not wanting to accommodate. Sometimes when you see them poking or pulling their necks out like that, it's just the same thing they were doing when they would spread their wings out, showing I'm like Undertaker, I'm huge, and nobody is coming for my kill. I mean, she didn't bring it down. Now, below the tail, I don't know how far she can go, and so long as that area has not been opened up by another predator, she will not do much. You better go back to your front leg, I would guess. Stefan, these vultures could be anything 1 to 2 meters. I'm talking about the wingspan of these vultures, not anything like the martial eagles, but they use them to glide, Stefan. They take advantage of thermals, and whilst in the air, they put their wings out and just glide, which helps them very much, and especially when they're trying to scan underground or, in the ground for food. Hopefully she's going to do that. Now, where are you going? You're coming for a fight. You got very bad attitude. You do not leave the food and come and bring the fight to the other vultures. Then they're not even on the kill. I mean, it doesn't make any sense to me. Now, if we see the other type, or the other species of vulture I was talking about, the Nubian vulture, when it will come here, you'll see the respect they're going to get. They normally go in twos, unlike these other species, where you'll see anything from 5, 10, 15, 20. They're very monogamous, but you would notice once they land here, everybody else will keep away. Come on, eat. You have no reason not to be eating. The marabou stock just way to the right. Because I think anything that also these vultures will pull off from the wildebeest, chances are it will be like, go with the water, and that's not very good for the marabou stock. But if the kilo was on land, she had better chances. So just waiting to see. Oh, she's eating right inside the water. The best thing I would say she would do is to go to the other side. Shantan, those blue dots that you see there, I'm trying to remember what they could be used for, but normally sometimes we have seen the males using them when they are in courtship, because they come out more blue during the mating season or breeding plumage, and they get a little bit bigger and brighter, just as we have seen certain monkeys like the black-faced vervet monkeys having their testicles getting blue, deep blue, when they're mating. Now one is eating from one side, but I still feel the one eating under the tail there may not be very lucky. We need the actual surgeons to come here, which will do a better job for the rest of them. Trying to look at that leg and wonder what could have cleaned it so nicely. But if you look, the hoof or the front part of that leg, Bunge, is missing, so chances are it could have been crushed. Because if you look carefully there, the front part of the leg is missing, so it could have been crushed by a very strong animal that have a strong bite, like a crocodile or a hyena. I doubt it could have been a lion, but I'm looking and not seeing the front part of it, so that part is gone. Or possibly, even if it broke or fractured its leg while jumping in the water, it could still be there. But I got a feeling it was crushed by either a croc or a lion. Maybe a hyena, who knows. I want to continue watching this particular vulture that doesn't have very good attitude and see what transpires in the next few minutes.
I am absolutely thrilled right now because firstly, well, it's our first big mammal that we've seen all day, but it's a buffalo that I haven't seen for such a long time. And pretty much in the early days when we first, I say early days like it was years ago, but basically just a few months ago when we brought Wild Earth to Pridelands, we saw a couple of Duggar boys, so buffalo bulls, and this individual in particular has got a very easy way to identify him because you can see his tongue hangs out of his mouth. Look at that. Yeah, so I joke and I call him Tungsten, but that's not this is of course absolute nonsense, and I just like to be silly. And because I can't have any pets, I like to become quite familiar with the animals out here, and by giving them names it makes me feel a lot better about myself. But look at him, his tongue is hanging out of his mouth. Now the last time we actually saw him, or the last time I saw him, his mouth was very foamy, and for those of you that do remember that, maybe you can share with the viewers some screenshots, because I know we all took some screenshots. We wanted to try and figure out what had happened to him, so you can hashtag Wild Earth or hashtag CGTN. Wild, sorry, and then send those through. But look at that, and you can see all the foam. I thought that maybe he'd eaten something that had caused him to froth up at the mouth. I mean, normally when you see dogs eating frogs, that tends to happen. I don't think that a buffalo would go after and eat a frog. But it could have maybe been a plant of some sort that didn't agree with him, and that's why there was all that foaminess. But anyways, good to see him in good health, and an oxpecker, of course, doing its thing. And even though there's not much hair around the nose, there's lots of tiny little mites. Now, great question from you, Katie. There's quite a few diseases, unfortunately, that buffalo are prone to. So some of them will be foot and mouth disease. Bovine tuberculosis is quite a big one. Most or all of these buffalo here will be TB infected. Normally during the drier seasons, you can see the effects of that quite badly, obviously, because hopefully another buffalo just move into another gap. It's quite dense here. Because when there's not a lot of food around and the nutrients and the grasses and things like that become less and less, you start to see the real effects of TB. So those will be the sort of two main ones. But there's something really, really interesting that we noticed because of a drought that happened in about 2004, end of 2014, 15, 16, and even pushing into 2017, with the buffalo not being able to get, and I know a lot of you have heard about this before, but we do have such a big new audience, and we were noticing with the lions, basically what had happened is that they almost looked like they were getting hip dysplasia. They were dragging their back legs. It was so sad. It was devastating. We didn't know what was happening to the lions, if it was a disease or a virus or something that had gone through them, and it turns out it was all stemmed from the buffalo. Now, the buffalo of the lions of the Greater Kruger, when they can, will hunt buffalo. It's one of the favorite things to eat. I mean, it's sort of an age-old thing that lions hunt buffalo, and buffalo often kill lions. So eternal enemies they are. And the buffalo weren't getting enough selenium and vitamin E from the grasses. So there's certain elements, and certain minerals and vitamins that these animals need to survive. So the buffalo were losing a lot of condition, and because of that, it was causing something called white muscle disease in the lions. And it specifically affected the young cubs, as you can imagine. Young animals and older animals, and particularly with lions, were affected quite heavily, and it was killing them, which was really, really sad. So their muscle development sort of wasn't really taking place, and that's why you would see them sort of collapse and drag themselves around. It was so traumatic. It was probably one of the most horrific things that I've ever seen. But because it was a normal thing, it was natural, we couldn't do anything about it, and we only discovered this once some of the cubs that had unfortunately succumbed to the white muscle disease were taken away, and the vets did autopsies on them at Onderstepoort, which is where everybody studies to be a vet in South Africa, and just in Pretoria. And so, it was quite interesting. So even though lions can't feed on grasses and things, that's why we have these big prey species like buffalo and impala and giraffe that turn all the carbohydrates and proteins that you find in grasses into a form that predators can, of course, digest, because we know their digestive systems are so different. So it was super, super interesting. But this year, I have not noticed too much with the buffalo. They all look in such great condition. I know it's so hard to see them, but they've all decided to stick right behind the bush willows and the sickle bushes, and also some are laying up in the grass. So we don't really have a clear view at the moment. Basically, it's difficult to say exactly how much the horns weigh on a buffalo, because each buffalo's horns are slightly different. So, and that's, of course, will be determined by their genetics. So some buffalo bulls have much larger horns than others. But this fellow over here, he's got a substantial set on. They're quite wide. And then I also like that they curl right back in, almost touching the boss, that big sort of piece on his head. It almost looks like he's got like petrified wood on top of his head. We call that the boss, but that is all keratin, or a form of it. And I would say anywhere between, if you had to hold the horns themselves, I don't think that they would be that heavy, maybe a couple of kilograms. But if you hold a buffalo skull, it weighs well over 10 kilograms. So sometimes, I've even struggled to pick some of them up. And then if you combine that head, the boss, and the horns, and then with all the muscle, Like, these are really powerful, really heavy animals, and that's probably why they're so grumpy all the time, is because they've got this big helmet and the horns on top of their heads, and they always hang their heads down so low. Like, when they walk, you never really see them walking with their heads raised high. Normally we see that if they've seen, something in the distance and they're unsure of it, they'll lift their heads up. Otherwise, their feet are basically knocking their chin, if you can imagine that, especially these older boys. So they're not a part of a big breeding herd anymore. They might be around because this is where I think some of the sweeter grasses are still lying, so a lot of the grazing species are just up on these crests.
Hello, welcome back, everyone, and I have something really special. Look at these tiny little guys. These are warthogs, and I think the young of warthogs, I call them hoglets. And there are 3 of them. I have seen more than 3 before, but over here I see 3. There is 2 there, and I think there is 1 somewhere. They're so tiny, it is even hard to tell how old they are. That is the mom. And you can tell she's quite matured by her age and also by her teats. They're very long. I believe, they get longer by age. Yeah, she's got 4. I've seen them, with up to 6 hoglets. And these little guys are very busy eating very fresh grass. This is a section of the park, or where it has been burnt, and so the grass is very fresh and green after the rain. And you see, almost disappearing in the short grass. They're only like 15 centimeters. Yes, they are little cuties. Thank you very much. And I think they are 3. I think I saw them 3. Look how they disappear into that grass. Imagine, that's how short they are. This is the mom, the big one. Jay, these ones, I would give them a good, 1 month, I would say. I don't think they're more than that. But these guys, usually at birth, they're up and running. And within a very short time, maybe a week or 2, they start, little nibbling. Although they're still drinking quite a lot. But the mom is very smart. She's brought them to an area where there's very fresh green grass. Look at that little one, popping her head to try and see me. Actually, I don't know what they're doing, but it looks like there is a little hole there where they are. Look at them. Yeah, there are 3 of them. Yeah, there they are. Look at them. Yeah, so cute. Yeah. Believe me, even at that age, these guys... Louis, thank you for your comment, but not everybody will agree with you. You call them cocktail sausages? Well, I call them sometimes leopard snacks. But look at how fast they can react. Their reflexes are very fast, and they tail up as soon as they feel there is danger. Can you imagine? They already know that danger lurks, and did you see the reaction of that little guy? And from the body language of the mom, she learned that there was no danger. She relaxed. Yes, this is, although they're this small, I tell you, these guys can be very fast. I've seen them outrun a lioness. Yeah, and the mother right now is so protective, you don't want to get close to them. She would just, cut you with those tusks that she's got. Yeah, it's very hard to actually to gender them, to sex them, wherever they're male or females at this age. So it's really hard for me. You can tell the other one could have been an older sibling or a sister, and sometimes they come together to protect the little ones. The male doesn't play a very big role. He just goes around, patrols, and find female in season and mates. Looks like she had to relieve herself. And, warthogs are omnivores, so they'll eat, meat if they come across. I've seen them feeding on an old carcass. Sometimes they eat the bones, so they need the calcium. Yeah, the little guys are very, very, very busy eating away there. Who else do we have here? We have a wildy. Oh, we have a wildebeest. I haven't seen one in a while. Look at that. It's got lost a little bit of his tail. Ah, interesting. No, I've seen them, by the river yesterday. I haven't seen one today. So it's, yeah, wow, it's quite nice to see one. And he's also amongst the topies. Oh, there's another one. So there are two wildebeest amongst the topies. Look at the tail of this one. Intact. The other one, he's lost it. Yeah, this is the white-bearded gnu, the animal that is on top of things at the moment because, it is migrating and we have them in huge numbers. Yeah, I'm going to continue waiting here, get close to those warthogs, and yeah, we'll see you down the road.
It's very nice to see some warthogs in the morning and wildebeest grazing, but my wildebeest here was dead, not sure, maybe a week ago. Now these vultures have pulled back and not eating aggressively as they were before, but see, again, justifying they have no table manners. One lands on the wildebeest, the other one goes, pushes her out and starts feeding. If the crocs don't come here, or hyenas, then they'll keep eating this kill. If hyenas would come, my only guess is they're going to pull it out of the water because they'll not be very comfortable eating it in the water. And the same case would apply to the lions. Very rarely you'll see vultures, attacking health animals or hunting for themselves, like hyenas or lions or cheetahs, leopards, but they could do it. Karen, you're wondering if any crocodile will come to feed on this kill. But if you look, Karen, I'm going to show you now, there's a croc somewhere on the bank of the river, actually two, and I would want to believe they saw these vultures coming in, but they are not interested. They have so much food, and as I said earlier, they could have stashed more wildebeest or zebras under the water. So look at those two big guys there. So guessing could be males. And I'm sure once in a while, they're opening the eyes and seeing these scavengers feeding on this wildebeest. They're definitely not interested. But should it happen, the other day we had a very special sighting where we had a croc that was fighting for a wildebeest with a lion. So, but here the message is, we got a lot in stock, a lot. They have refrigerated in the water. So I was saying earlier, it's unusual to see vultures hunting healthy animals, but once in a while, we have known them to go for either very old animals or some that could be sick and they can tell they're sick, or should they see an animal that is suffering, maybe with a broken leg, they have been known to bring them down. But ideally, they just scavenge. I'm trying to imagine how this set will be if the Nubian vultures would arrive here. We need to give this particular vulture a name. Secretary, vultures may not be able to open the back part of the wildebeest. And you have seen once in a while, they have tried to do that, but without much success. What they do, they put their heads in and the neck up to a particular point, and then just retract them out. Now, look at the vultures, how they're designed. Look at the amount of feathers they got on their bodies, unlike the head and the neck. And because they tend to dig in the carcasses so much with the beaks and the head and the neck, that's why they do not have as much feathers to avoid them, getting or picking some infection of some sort. And that reminds me of the two bare parts on the chest we were looking at before, which I think it may also make sense that the two spots or the two patches on their chest could be bare without any feathers to help them maybe not get as much blood as they feed in or as they push in their whole part of their body into the carcass. there have been also another school of thought that those two bare parts that you see there, they could use them for thermoregulation. This one is mean, and I was saying earlier, could you help me get a name for this particular vulture here? Think of any name and you can tweet to us, hashtag CGTN World or hashtag World Earth. What name do we give to this mean vulture here? We won't call her mean per se, but she's not allowing anybody else to feed. She's got some sort of attitude, I would say. Because with another 15 vultures on the edge and none of them is coming, I do not know why they are fearing her. Let's look at this one's just watching. African white-backed vultures and of course some griffons. I'd want to believe they're hungry. I earlier had a question of how much maybe a vulture would eat. And I was like, it could be very difficult to tell. But more often than not, they'll always stop when their crop gets full. If the crop has no more room, you'll always see them pulling on the side and like, I'm done with this meal. These hippos are becoming quite loud now and not making me enjoy the rapids. Just saying we should call this vulture Victor the Vulture. I would agree with you because for me, she is very victorious. Let's hear over a few other names that we need to give this vulture this morning, who is showing attitude to the rest. Can I help you say Minnie? Yes, I initially said she's mean. Minnie is correct. Because how do you stop your other friends of the same species from feeding on this particular wildebeest and knowing it's not you who brought it down? You just saw it first. And I think that's the reasoning she has behind. Linma Rio, that's the name that you want us to... What I'm thinking now, me and Bungei, we want to give it a local Kiswahili name, a local Swahili name. And I'm trying to think what name we're going to give it. Bungei, you have an idea? Bungei, who's on camera, just told me to hold on. We'll give you a local Swahili name for the mean vulture. Sometimes they'll have the wings spread out like this to cool off. It's a big wingspan, sometimes 1 to 2 meters. But some of the vultures, like the Nubians, have much bigger wingspans. I'll be thinking of a local Swahili name, and I'm sure by the time you see me next, I'll give you a name.
Absheni, good morning. We still at this beautiful, amazing sighting of, I think it's about 6 buffalo bull here at Pride Lands. Myself and Taylor, we just swapped chair. Ladies and gentlemen, again, it's me, Norman Chauke. Welcome to Eco Training Pride Lands Conservancy. So it's a very beautiful weather for everyone now before we hit to our summer where it's very, very, very hot. These guys, when we found them, they were just like lying down, and I just assume they're just like taking a little bit of a rest. Normally when it's the weather it's like this, you find like most of the animal will just rest under a shade or wherever they feel comfortable and safe. the breeze here, it's quite warm. It's not that much chilly. So it's just a matter of like, still being curious what we're doing here. Like, yeah. Buffalo are one of my favorite animals. And reason is just the way they look at you. Like, if you look at the one a little bit far right, especially when one is on foot, they have that look like, hey, you owe me something. Look at those massive horns. It's very, very big. Tom, I wouldn't necessarily say buffaloes are dangerous in a bad way. I just think they do behave differently, especially when injured or when feel cornered. And that's why they are equipped with those bows or horns, you can call them. Otherwise, they are not that much dangerous as people display them. They're actually very cool animal to observe and to walk into, especially when one is doing trails. Yeah. Look at those massive horns there. Rob, the biggest animal that's a big danger to buffaloes. It's lion, especially in pride, with 2 or even more male lion. So what you normally find is that these guys, special this size bull will be hunted by a pride of about maybe 6 lioness or even less, but they have to be more. And a male lion as well has to be present, because if you look at the body mass or size of these animals, and you look at a nice decent size of a lioness, I know of few prides where lioness were able to hunt buffaloes without the assistance of a male lion or few male lions within the pride. But lions are the big threat or danger. There's just one particular leopard in Londolozi that I know. His name was Kempen, but now he's passed on. He also used to specialize on hunting just buffalo calves, not big ones. Yeah. I can still see just right on my left or our left, the one bull with the tongue out. I find this really, really amazing, guys. This is something that we don't really or usually find on books or on internet. It's just amazing how the office will show us unique stuff. We're just gonna stick around here.
When I was a young boy, I was calling the wildebeest buffaloes or baby buffaloes until I grew up. And today I know they're 2 different species. Now, my wildebeest is still being fed here by the one and the only selfish vulture. And me and Bungei have given her a name that goes like Mchoyo, which is M-T-H-O-Y-O. Mchoyo, and Mchoyo in our local language means selfish. And I'm tending to maybe change my mind instead of calling her Mchoyo, because if it's a female, I'm just thinking if it's a female and maybe she got some chicks somewhere, maybe, I mean, I don't know, she may want to eat as much as possible, fill in her crop to the brim, and then take off. And she's going to vomit what she has taken to her chicks. I'm giving her the benefit of doubt before I rule her to be Mchoyo 100%. But as it is, we have given her that name, Mchoyo. I mean, vultures have been known not to take food, carrying with their talons or claws. They have been known to eat and take food to their chicks. And I'm happy you like that name, Mchoyo. I'll spell it one more time, M-C-H-O-Y-O. Mchoyo means someone who is self-centered. And don't know whether the other females here, if there's some, also got chicks, but giving her the benefit of doubt, she needs to fill in her crop and have enough to take to the chicks back to the nest. Just thinking. If not, then she remains Mchoyo, 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 100%. So either she has intimidated the rest of them, because none of them is even getting anywhere close to that kill. And luckily, most vultures, apart from another one that we call the lammergeier, they do not have any feathers on their feet. They don't have booted feet, so they can easily stand in the water without having much of a worry. That's why you see one of them in the water. Okay, what happens here? That is Mchoyo there. I have marked her. Bungei gonna pan on her. So that's our new Mchoyo for today. See, look at her. And you can tell her behavior. Very mean. Either she has gotten so full and she is having a breather before she goes back. And I think it could only be fair to allow the others to go and have a bit of the wildebeest. Well, are you going to eat or not? Now, in the Masai Mara ecosystem, we have lots of water points, water bodies. And all the waters that we see in the Mara have different sources.
Water is a fundamental resource for all creatures. In the wild, water sources are the sites for an array of activities. In the southern parts of Africa, the dense thickets and lush greenery dwindle and crisp up with the winter season. Making watering holes a gathering spot for grazers and a potential hunting spot for predators. But the giants of the Lowveld never disappoint when visiting their local watering hole. Elephant trunks are generally amusing appendages, but are particularly entertaining when used to quench their thirst or cool themselves down. In East Africa, the Mara River is infamous for the treacherous task it presents to the migration herds. However, it is also home to a variety of winged, scaled, and wadding animals. It serves a necessary purpose, but also allows for moments of sheer joy and fun.
Hello, and welcome back to the Mara, in the Mara Triangle. I am above the river, and I have found this pod or pool of hippos, so they call it, and they're all basking outside in the sun, enjoying that mid-morning sun, and the others are parked, look like they're spectating, or maybe taking turns to see who's gonna have enough, and then they can go back, and then one can come out and sunbathe. Yeah, it is a section of the Mara River where you always have to find a pool of hippos, plus another resident of these waters, the Nile crocodile, who is patiently parked there, facing outwards, maybe expecting a wildebeest later on today. Yes, these are the predators that keep all animals in check and behaving, so there's no misbehaving in this water. This is another beautiful section of the Mara River where the waters are so quiet, and it is so beautiful, as you can see, and I am going to be staying here for the next almost 3 hours to see what's going on by the river.
So we still right here with these buffaloes. I know for the fact that these are not really Taylor's favorite animals, but it's quite good just watching them, because I know she had like some really bad experience with them on foot. Which just reminded me of myself and the former colleague and a friend, Jerry Sibia from Klubokani, somewhere in Mpumalanga. So we're trekking few Dagga boys, or yeah, it was 3 Dagga boys in Karongwe Private Game Reserve, where one of our camp is situated. And I remember we got chased like properly, properly. And I remember Jerry climbing on this velvet cockwood, and I managed to run away because I couldn't put my rifle on the ground. And it was very sad. And afterwards, we just had to call each other, using whistle. And when I come back, and when I look back, Jerry was like a little bird on top of this tree, and I managed to get away from the scene, and the buffalo just come and watched him from the ground. And I just assume, because we were trailing a pride of lions, and maybe they smelled the lions, and then we also happened to be in the same area, and
Welcome back to the River Cam, and one of the hippos has decided to get back to the water. It has had enough sun. I can imagine sitting out in the open sun from around 6:30 when it is sunrise here to now can get extreme. Remember, these guys cannot stay out very long because they can get sunburn. Although the bodies produce their own kind of sunblock, so they don't get really burnt. Look at how they're parked. It's rather interesting. I don't know if they choreographed that to just be like that. I don't know, but they look like somebody arranged them. Or maybe that hippo is gonna sing for them. Yeah, I am at the banks of Mara River. I am waiting for maybe zebra wildebeest to come down here. I won't ignore that we have, yellow-billed stock cattle egrets. Is that an Egyptian geese? Yeah, I think so, to the left. No, it's an immature yellow-billed stock. So, you ask how strong is the skin of a hippo? It is very thick. It's almost around 2 centimeters. Sorry, I didn't get your name, but you asked how thick is the skin of a hippo. It's almost 2 centimeters, 2+ centimeters when it's fresh, but when it dries up, it's almost 1 centimeter. So it's quite a very thick skin, and it's very delicate, although it's that thick. I would call it, the easy way to explain it's that it's not fully developed. So it's very delicate. If it gets too much sun, they might dehydrate, which could lead to death. So they keep the skin moist by staying in the water. Yeah, and these guys, I don't know what they've had. Looks like they're not very happy. One of them just stood up. Is he gonna go down? No, he's just looking to see whatever danger came from. Yeah, are you gonna get in or stay there? Once they've had enough of the sun, they will slowly get up and just go down towards the water, where they'll stay submerged for most of the day. They are nocturnal animals, so they can only come out at night to go and graze. Yes, is that one gonna get in or out? He's very undecided. I'm waiting to see what's going to happen to him. Maybe he wants to get back into the water. Yeah, the river here is very deep, and so it's very quiet. You can hear it. Unlike other areas where it's very loud and full of rapids, here it's very quiet. You actually can't imagine there is a river if you closed your eyes. So quiet. And although it's very quiet, it's very deep and full of crocodiles. So it's still very much the same, the Mara River we know. Yeah, that hippo has decided to get into the water. I think he's had enough of the sun, and so he's getting back into the water. Yeah, there we go. You see how deep it gets? Yeah, it is quite deep. But, yeah.
So, all right, guys, we spent some time now trying to find the other lions that was vocalizing to the north of this female. Unfortunately, we couldn't locate on them. Like we mentioned earlier, with a little bit of rain over, it's difficult to say which tracks are old and which ones are fresh. With this one, after the rain, you could see that track is like golden. But we couldn't manage to find the other group members. We're not sure whether it was a male or a female or a couple of youngsters or so that was calling back. But we are going to come back this afternoon and actually see if we can have them reunite in front of us, or potentially her taking us, to the den site where she's hiding the cubs or so. But yeah, now it's heating up quite nicely, so she's not going to move a muscle apart from moving to a better spot for shade, should the shade move away from where she's lying now. But yeah, very, very lazy. Having that full belly is also going to make her nice and sleepy. So we're just going to spend a couple of more moments with her and then start heading back to camp, and then definitely come back this afternoon to see where she's going to lead us. Luckily, with her looking like this at the moment, I don't think she's going to surprise us and be a kilometer away by the time that we come back this afternoon. It always amazes me to see how they can make the most, lying in the sand underneath that thorn tree. There has to be something uncomfortable about that, but they just make it the most comfortable position, or it looks like it, at least. Lazy, lazy, lazy. Yeah, guys, now, I mean, we've been talking about that this morning as well, and every time you look at it, it's just another reconfirmation about how beautiful this female is. Stunning individual, absolutely in her prime.
Oh, so we're back again. I'm sorry about some technical side of the thing. It's windy here. The weather is acting fun, but I was still sharing my story about these amazing animals. So if you look on these animals' horns or bows, you can see there's some stuff there, the plant material. And you can see this animal had been rubbing its bows or horns on, plants. I've seen buffaloes rubbing their bows in, various plants, from marula, red bush willow, knob thorns, and all these sort of, plants that they use. But there's a particular one that these guys likes. I've seen them around camp using a tamboti tree, which is known to have toxin, a milky toxin on the plants, which it's known to get rid of parasite or any ticks. So perhaps this animal somehow discover that if they do that, it sort of helps with getting away from ticks. How is that? Bush. William, so a word dagger boy. A word dagger boy, it's actually a Zulu word meaning a mad boy. So buffalo bulls are known or have been seen. I've seen them as well. You can see the one close to us. If you look on its body, you can see it's covered with mud. So when it's hot, this animal will go to a watering hole. They will drink, and what they will do as well, they will do mud wallowing, so covering themselves with mud, and that also act as a sun protection when it's very hot, and also help with getting rid of ticks, which I find really, really amazing. They have got their own way of insect repellent, and also a sun sun protection from getting so much of the heat. You see another way of getting rid of all the ticks beside using the tamboti tree, or going wallowing in the mud. There's a bird there, the red-billed oxpecker. You can see with a very nice red eye, yellow ring, red bill. I actually remember growing up, as a boy, this bird, we called them Mayanda in Tsonga or Shangan. So Mayanda basically mean a header, someone who had cows or cattle, or looking for livestock in general. Same animals that we followed when we had these guys calling. If I know that, I have to look for our livestock, I'll sometimes listen to oxpeckers. So oxpeckers also, I'm sure everyone knows by now, they also take out all these ticks that you get on animals such as buffaloes, rhinos. The smallest animal that I've seen oxpecker on, it was a warthog. amazing bird to really know the call. One of the bird sound or alarm call that we use was special on foot. If you're walking, it's something that you don't really wanna ignore, especially when you hear them calling. I actually remember doing one of my student assessment. We were trailing these 3 buffalo bulls, and we had like oxpeckers calling from far distance, but whilst doing that, they came more or less plus minus 500 meters from us, and immediately we knew that there was one of the big game. So something that you wanna use. I do encourage people, when you go on safari, maybe try and learn your oxpecker alarm call. Might help you in the future to spot like big game such rhinos and buffaloes, and most of our herbivores, like from giraffe, kudu, nyala, and all those kind of animals. Okay, just gonna stick around here. I love buffaloes. They're amazing animals. I will just stick around here and then see if something interesting will happen. But it's been an amazing morning, just sitting, spending time with this buffalo.
Hello, and welcome back to the river camp over here where I am. Nothing much has changed. The parking is still very much in order, and everybody seems to be behaving until whatever time they decide to break the rule. Yes, and they are loving, this kind of parking, you can tell. At the same time, is it Kigeo? Sorry if I pronounce it, and if I got it, you have to congratulate me, because I didn't hear it very well. But you ask, what is the total length of the Mara River? The total length of the Mara River is almost 200. It's almost 200 to 300 kilometers along the whole stretch to Lake Victoria, but the stretch that cuts through the Mara River is almost 80 kilometers. 80 kilometers, passes through the Masai Mara, and then stretches to the northern side of Serengeti and meanders back into Lake Victoria. The source is called Mau Escarpment. It's a very nice high-range area. It originates from a swamp. Of course, along the way, it's fed by many tributaries. I don't know all of them, and then it becomes the beautiful Mara River. 80 kilometers stretch through the Masai Mara. Yes, and it's home to very many hippos, crocodiles, provides food for many water birds. I can imagine this river drying. I think Masai Mara would die, would cease to exist, because it does provide a lot of water to inhabitants, plus many animals that live in this river. Mind you, hundreds of thousands of liters are sourced out from this river upstream, and so it could be even higher.
Everybody, welcome back to Djuma. Sorry about any technical issues that's kept us out for the last little while, but we're back up. And as with the Masai Mara, with the river, the lifeblood of the Mara is the water. So we're going to go check one of our watering holes. Water is the currency of life, and all the majority of the mammals and animals that we see are very dependent on water. Oh, there's an animal that is quite dependent on water. On our way to the watering hole. There they are. These are not the same wildebeest that you find in the Masai Mara. These are the blue or the brindled gnus. The ones up in the Mara are the white-bearded gnu. They are very similar. Very, very similar. In South Africa, we get the blue as well as the black wildebeest. We don't get any black wildebeest in the Lowveld that I know of. They are more of a high-veld specialist and very easily identified by their very white tail. I don't know where the name blue wildebeest came from, but brindled comes from those lines on the side of the body. If it turns, you'll be able to see them. It's almost as if they've been on a grill or something, where the skin seems to be a little bit too big for the body. And nothing like a good back scratch. So these wildebeest have probably had a drink, and they're doing what we call bedding down, chewing the cud, ruminating, maximizing on the vegetation that they have fed upon. Animals or ruminants go through these bouts of resting and moving and eating. And when they are sitting down like this, they aren't actually fully asleep. They are in a very automatic state of being. James, yes, there are wild dogs around. They were found on Torchwood Buffelshoek boundary last night, and they've been on Buffelshoek this whole morning up in the north, and it sounds like the pups are with them. I haven't heard any mention of number, but they killed an impala last night, and they've killed another one this morning up in Buffelshoek. They seem to be doing quite well. There were 12 pups last we heard. I have yet to see them. I'm dying to see the wild dogs. Here we go. The one field, it looks like they actually haven't gone for a drink yet, because now where those ones are heading is to the watering hole, so maybe we will indeed catch up with them going for a drink. That is why we check watering holes. Anybody could be there. Buffalo, elephants, lions, leopards, birds. It's a great spot for birding as well. It's very important for these animals, the ruminants, to drink water, because what they're doing is chewing the cud, and the chewing of the cud basically chops it up, breaks up the particles, and then coats it in saliva. The saliva is loaded with microorganisms which help with the digestion of the food in the belly, and the saliva obviously is needed, and to develop the saliva they need moisture. So ruminants do need to drink quite regularly so as to maximize their digestion as well. Very nice little family unit. The adult females in this group are most likely pregnant and will be giving birth in December. A very exciting time of year. The baby impalas in November and the wildebeest in December. They are looking very relaxed, everybody, aren't they? This herd of wildebeest definitely doesn't seem to have seen a predator this morning. Shadulu is on the other side. Tracks of Tundi were in the east, disappeared into a block. And no reports of lions. Lions, obviously, everybody, are the primary predator of wildebeest. Hyena as well will fall into that role. There you can easily see those lines on the side where they get the name brindled. And if the name of wildebeest has never been translated for you, it's from the original Dutch who arrived in Africa and saw these animals, and wilde means wild and beest means cow. So the first settlers to these parts of the world would have seen an animal that looks like a cow running around in a bit of a wild state of panic, which when you see wildebeest active can quite often look like they're a little bit mad. And so the name of wildebeest, wild cow, was termed, and the name is stuck. But they're also known as gnus. So you might hear those two names used, wildebeest or gnu. It is the same thing. Time to get up the whole herd. It's off to the watering hole we go, and we shall follow.
Yeah, those wildebeest should go have a drink. And I left the Mara River having, talked about how that river means different fates to different animals. And now I got my favorite bird. I'm sure most of you know that. And I don't want to ask you the name of it because you all know it. And you imagine David's favorite bird is the lilac-breasted roller. Sometimes we call her also the forked roller, because if you look at two tail feathers, they fork like a fork-tailed drongo. And I'm very happy to hear that all of you happen to love this bird, and it happens to be a favorite bird. I think who would not, including maybe Cast, the final controller, who is directing the show this morning. See them on their own, sometimes two. And for those of you who may not have heard me justifying why she is my favorite, it's because of her many colors for that small size of bird and for their capability to mate while in flight. This tree is called the Bossiai tree. See how solid it is. And looking at the Mara Savannah, open grassland, the endless plains that goes all the way to Serengeti. In the background there, the Serengeti National Park, and the direction I'm facing now. There's one particular area which has a lot much shorter grass than this. And I've been seeing a lot of Thompson gazelles there. And I've always known one of the days I am going to spot a cheetah. Very possibly. Tommy's preferring short, green, nutritious grass. And I would imagine all of you are dying to see a cheetah in the Mara. So me and Bungei have made a plan to venture an area we have not been of late. And I'm sure it will be wonderful news for all of you and for all of us to spot a cheetah. And possibly, I'm looking for Kakenya. I don't know where Kakenya could be. Because I guess once the wildebeest give way and they're slowly leaving this area, heading further south, who knows, we could be very lucky.
Okay, good luck, David. I know you're very ambitious, and that is a very ambitious move you've taken. I wish you all the best. I know they are around. It's only that we haven't come across them. Well, welcome back to the river, and it's really beautiful here, very calm. I can hear the sounds of the zebra barking from a distance, but I haven't seen them yet. Looks like they're heading this way, or sounds like they're heading this way. Hopefully they'll be here before the end of the show. I can see I have company everywhere. Everybody's waiting to see a crossing. Hopefully they'll be here. Of course, the big monster crocodiles are here. That is one big guy. Look at him. Unbelievable. Yeah, he is a big one. Yeah, I think amongst most that we've seen, this takes the record. He is super big. He's zonked out. He's overeaten wildebeest, maybe a zebra, and now he's just sleeping. That is a very nice corner of the river where there's no disturbance at all, unless you actually walk towards the edge. It's right at the corner. I can tell there's rapids. The current is not strong, There's no wind, I imagine, there, so he's just getting the direct sunlight, which is much needed for speed later on. Sheila, how do you tell the gender of a crocodile? Yes, if you look at that guy, I don't know if you're watching Sheila, he's got a very strong, stumpy head. Females tend to be slightly longer. These tend to be slightly thinner and longer. That's how I sex them. And also, at age, when they really aged, males tend to be darker. Like very much like this guy, that his armor changes to be dark gray. That's how I differentiate between male and female. Of course, it's much easier when you can pick them and look under, which is a no-no over here. So we just have to look at the features on the body. Yes, and this is the famous Nile crocodile, one of the inhabitants of African lakes and rivers, found almost everywhere in Africa where there's a river or a lake. They appear unnoticed because they usually swim upstream, following streams, and eventually finding pools of water where they rest. And of course, this guy has been feeding really well, but another meal is very welcome because he knows he has to go for almost a year without eating.
Let's follow. Back with this leopard. Since this morning we lost feed, but it's always nice to be back, everyone. Now, here on the ground is a hyena. You know, hyena, was it 3 of them that came in this area of that great duiker was found by the Shidulu leopard. It's so cool that it was a good choice of that leopard, because not far away from where she was feeding is a beautiful marula tree. As you can see there, she immediately realized that the hyenas around, 3 of them, and she quickly popped up in a tree with her meal. And it just looks like she's now cleaning herself after she finished everything. Like we mentioned this morning, it was just a neck of a duiker and a head, and the whole skin there. So whatever's dropped, probably hyena took it, as they are cleaner and scavenger as well. You can see how beautiful she's trying to balance in that branches. And this is how they love slipping up in a tree with these beautiful strong branches sometimes of a marula tree, which is a lot easier for them to climb that tree. The wood itself support claws of the animal to quickly get up if it's ever an emergency like what happened this morning. Hyena guys, they're very passionate as well. They wait for things to happen. Grant, how often leopard have to eat. So a leopard, they're always on a hunt for sure. And seen leopards survive from small birds, those of a type of francolin, type of scrub hares, and mongoose and squirrel as well. So, for sure, they need to eat every time when they could, but unfortunate that they need to work harder for their meal. So, for example, this leopard, It looks like now it's well fed. And she will be resting there probably the whole day, unless if it's something come around here, then she will be very much interested on going down and hunt again. So they never stop doing that. Even though they have killed, they can hunt and kill again. 3 kills could happen in the same place if it's possible, because they don't know when the next meal will be available. But I've seen leopard go for 3 days without a properly kill. So, but they still, that's why they have to focus on small thing if they don't have opportunity with antelopes. Remember, the reason they go for the bigger animals is that, it's once it's a lot of meat, and they will stay around for a while. Fully grown impala, which weigh 60 kg, kind of a similar weight to that animal, and that antelope will sustain this animal for at least 3-4 days if she's alone feeding in it. But feeding again, they feed it, a lot of time a day, because eating for them, they have to go drink, digest. As you see how she pant right there, see her tummy, how she does that. Just because she eaten. And for her to paint like this, it means that she full stomach. So she's full. When they're not full, they breathe normally, very smooth. And there is huge belly. Look at this, hey? But also how she balanced in that tree. So she take it easy because she know for sure that it's safer away from the hyena. Look at that hyena. And this hyena would be around here like there were 3 of them. So, and they will wait until she move away, and she won't come down there for now while the hyena is still down here.
Welcome back to the watering hole, everybody. We are waiting patiently for our herd of wildebeest to emerge from the thickets. They are slowly coming down. It's a very tentative business, being a prey animal. As the name prey animal implies, they are always under threat. And leopard and lion are both very well known for lying up in ambush around watering holes. So everybody comes down slowly. It's always you go first. No, you go first. But while we wait for our wildebeest to emerge out of the thickets, we've got some very lovely aquatic birds here. First one on the right is the hammerkop. One making the noise is the blacksmith lapwing. Hammerkop is another Afrikaans name. It means hammerhead. You can see that the head looks like that of a hammer when he moves it. Quickly. And he's gone behind the thickets. There's always a nice place to come and wait for animals to come down, because there's always a bird or two. Sorry about any technical difficulties there, everybody. Bringing you a live broadcast from the depths of the African wilderness. Wildebeest are slowly coming down. I think they'll emerge in a moment. Just feeding as they go. Here we go. coming down a single file. You go first. No, you go first. In the dry season, water is obviously only in very sort of certain places. And it's very common. Last few years we had our leopards hanging around watering holes. Every single day we'd find them there. Megan, Hammerkops make you smile. Yeah, they are quite an interesting organism, aren't they? They love to stand and watch their reflection in the water as well, which is quite something to behold. And when they do pair bond, they make the strangest sounds as they do these very interesting sort of dances with each other. And unfortunately, our Hammerkop has moved off. And we wait for the wildebeest. Okay, we're going to sit right here, and hopefully these animals will come out shortly to have a drink.
Right. Chidulu, you can see this beautiful silhouette of her. And the background, still cloudy out here. It's not in a really open sky. And then as this morning was kind of like, was about to drizzle, but then eventually stopped. So it makes a lot of predators, focus on hunting, such as a cat like this. This morning it was a stranger thing that we follow her too much, and she was scent marking over and over. And as we got down here, close to this tree, you can look at this paw. Oh. Wow. So she went down, grabbed that antelope, piece of the antelope, head and the neck. And the thing that I was not too sure about is that I'm not sure if it was her kill or she stole or she just picked it up. But usually cats could be lying. They're big cats and they trust on themselves that they're strong, can fight everything around them. But every time they approach somebody else's kill, because now is a scavenge. It's about all scavenging, So before they got close to that kill scene, they stop and they look what make that kill, because they're not sure now. Could be maybe somebody belonged to that kill is watching me going close to that. That's what they think. So that's why they don't really go immediately grab it and feed comfortably, not to look around and not to, be careful on all of that. So what I seen in this cat, it was nothing like that. So could be maybe it was hers. This is my thought. Or it could be that maybe she didn't smell any cat around. That could make it that kill. We're not sure.
Right, Andrew, stay with the leopard there, because that's exciting news to have leopard. But very rarely we've seen leopard hunting tommies. And either to me, tommies are pretty small for them. If any gazelle they would hunt for me, would be a grand gazelle, which is a little bigger in size than the Thompson gazelle that you are seeing now, or the tommies. And anything going upwards, I'm talking of toppies, or baby wildebeest, or baby zebras, or even times baby buffaloes. We've seen the leopards here, especially the Mara, hunting very huge prey. And I just came here purposely to scan this particular area which has lots of food for cheetahs. You can see the ever wagging tails of the Tommies that never stop, and forming the best food for the cheetahs, especially here in the Masai Mara. And I agree with all of you. Apart from seeing these very busy tails of Tommies, the scenery here is also magnificent.
Welcome back to South Africa, and welcome back to our wildebeest family that have all decided it's time to quench their thirst. I'm just going to leave you with this for a few moments. Just have a listen if we can. It's all very peaceful. We've got Impala's alarm calling off to the left here. Could be a leopard, there could be some lions. Lida, the Kruger Park wildebeest used to migrate before the 60s. They used to go all the way from the Lowveld to the Highveld, following the grazing. But up to that point, a veterinary fence was put up along the sort of western side of the Kruger. And it was a veterinary fence. It was preventing the migration of animals from the east to the west that were carrying diseases. All sort of cattle, horses and sheep and all that sort of thing brought in for commercial agricultural use, very susceptible to wildlife diseases, and that fence was put in and it completely eradicated the migration. That was a natural occurrence here. It's a very sad story, but now the wildebeest have sort of lost that mindset to migrate, and they actually remain quite in place within and around their areas. Females will move from area to area, but the males, they don't seem to go anywhere. They become very sedentary and they stay in place. Quick little drink for them. These impala are going crazy. I'm going to go and the Hammerkop is giving the wildebeest a hard time. He's like, my water, guys. It's mine. Okay, well, we're going to go see if we can follow up on these alarm calls and see what's displeasing those impala.
Great. Back with all the hyena first. Just lying down there when just doing their thing, you know. You can see this hairy, not a full grown hyena for sure. And that's why they are still hairy. And the color still kind of gray, the spots are there. And this is how it shows that they're still young. When they grow older, turn slightly brownish. If even yellowish in color. But with this young one, what it was doing there was just peeing around here and sleep right on top of her, its urine. So after the peeing, look at the beautiful face. So it's not even a scar yet. Still have a fresh face, young hyena. So they're very good track. This morning was what they were doing here when we follow Shidulu the leopard. When the leopard got into this tree, eventually 3 of them came in immediately, and this is where Shidulu got up in a tree with a piece of meat. And we started to follow her close to the quarantine area this morning. There was no hyena all along. So it looks like they finally pick up, because they can follow cats behind and follow through their gland where they have walked. And they can tell which direction. It's amazing thing that they can tell which direction this leopard moving, so they don't make mistake. They don't follow backwards, but they follow direction of where the cats have moved through to. So this is how finally they got into this position.
Yeah, sometimes the cats can be very snoozy, and when they choose to sleep, that's it. But luckily here, we got some herbivores. It's very difficult for them to really snooze because they know the dangers they face, especially these Thompson gazelles. And I showed you some earlier, but I stopped here because of that small little tiny baby to the left of your screen. That's how she disappears in the grass because of her size. And what will happen is, this is one area, as I told you, I call it the cheetah country because of the short grass. And also we got lots of Thompson gazelles here, which the cheetahs in the Masai Mara prefer. And I was saying, if you're lucky, we might be able to see one. And the only one that was in my mind at the moment could be the female that we call Kekenya.
Right, back again. So looks like she's now trying to look around. She's now looking at us because all the time she was looking away from us. So we couldn't get to see her face pretty much. But yeah, it's been a very good morning with this leopard today. Able to spend some time with her and the hyena in this cloudy day. Not sure, hopefully stick around here for maybe afternoon drive. If she does that, maybe we may come back and spend some time with her again. Which I don't think she'll drop down now while that hyena is still down there. She's probably going to wait until yeah, you know, it's what I see that she's trying to balance. Every time she turned, it's not easy with that full belly, of course. It's true. So, hi everyone. It's been very good having you this morning. Hopefully this afternoon we will still have this cat for an afternoon drive. So thanks for everyone for joining wherever you are in the world. Take care, and until we see you again this afternoon. So, goodbye.
This program features live coverage of an African safari and may include animal kills and carcasses. Viewer discretion is advised.
Good afternoon, everyone. Sitting quite a distance from us over there is a brand new cub to the Djuma clan. This is Heart's little one, looking like it's sitting, sunbathing, getting some vitamin D. It's time, everyone, for your live safari through the African bush.